Alright, cool. Hi, my name is Blake, and I am vibe coding a roguelike using Rust, Claude, deepseek, and codex. And let me show you what the game is so far. Let's see here. Change my repo. What did I name my game? Okay. I'm gonna run the demo real quick. Maybe. So the game's made in Rust. The game runs as a headless simulation, and it's completely decoupled from the graphics. So you can I'm building it this way so I can make it so that machine learning models and LLMs can play the game. So far, I've actually got it set up where let's see here. What is it? A Quinn 3.5, I think, can play it. It's extremely slow, but I'm gonna go ahead and show you the demo. It's gonna call Olama running locally in the background. Might take a second to load up the model, and it's really slow. I could probably switch to a smaller model, but I feel like as you go smaller, it gets dumber. And but this is just proof of concept, and I have it set up now so I can get into it later and work on it. I hear my fans firing up, so I think it's crunching. So I'm just gonna show you this, that the LM is actually gonna start moving the character around, and that's all he can do. And then after that, we're gonna get some music assets created. So finding music that you can use for your game for free is kind of a problem. So you can make your own music, and you might not be a musician, you might not be good at music in general, but you can use AI to make music, and not in the regular way that people think about. Like, I don't know the names of the applications, but you can have AI generate a whole song in any genre with whatever lyrics, and that's not what we're going to do. What we're going to do is basically use like a sequencer, like a sequencer that we can program with different sounds and all of that, and the music will be created from code, and we can either write the code to generate the music ourselves, or we can have AI write the code. And you might be surprised by the results. I wouldn't say that it's amazing, but it's definitely something interesting. So let me start up deepseek. I got open code, and I'm gonna do, let's see here. I'm gonna do deepseek v4 flash. It's faster. What we're doing now is just basically searching for the right library. So I'm going to say I'm looking for a library, and I know it's in Ruby, for Ruby, that will let me make music from code. Do you know what I'm talking about? Alright, let's see. Has our LLM moved in a while? Yeah, it's taking turns. There goes the warlock. Okay, I'm gonna rerun the demo just to show you. It did a pretty good job creating this this menu. It actually looks kind of good. I don't remember which one. I think maybe Claude made this, and it's kind of cool for just a first run of it. But here's the actual game so far, right? The little white square is me, and it's it's being simulated deterministically. I need to make it turn-based. They shouldn't be moving without me moving, but I'll get to that in a little bit. Today we're doing the music. I just wanted to get the game up there so you could see what it's looking like so far. The background, it's just a fractal. It's probably not going to stay. When I was getting the render set up, that's what I wanted to show, just to see that it was working. And the render has hot reload, so I can recompile the libraries behind it, and it will automatically update, and I don't have to restart the game. And I believe it's the same thing for the simulation. Let's check back in with DeepSeek to see what it's doing about the music. Make that window bigger. Yes, you think of a, yep, that's it. Sonic Pi, a live coding music environment built on Ruby and Super Collider. Write Ruby code to define melody. Okay, cool. Sonic Pi. So I'm gonna have to, let's see, what's the most recent version and which version of Ruby do I need to install? Yeah, this is really cool. So I'm gonna be able to say, like, make me a song that, I don't know, it sounds like it's belongs in a barbecue sauce commercial, okay? And it's gonna come up with some interesting results. If you say make me a creepy song, it's gonna make a song that sounds kind of ominous and creepy, which is kind of cool considering it's not copying existing music, it's writing code that will generate the music. So, okay, so Ruby 2.4. Alright, I'm gonna say give me the command to install everything I need. And I may have to run it in another terminal. I don't know. I don't think it's gonna require any root, but actually apt is probably, yeah, apt cache search. Okay, cool, I can do that. Let me pop out another terminal here. Get out of the thing, dude. New window. There you go, buddy. Okay, so sudo apt install Sonic Pi. Password. Yes. Another reason I wanted to get the music out of the way is because I don't have music to play while I'm streaming or recording videos. And I like having music playing while I'm doing this kind of thing. Let's see here. Check. Alright. And then this is going to be separate from the actual game, this music generator, but I will save all of the audio that's rendered into the assets of the game, and our asset system will pick it up. Okay. Now I'm going to say it's installed. Can you make some music now and play it? It might not have the updated environment yet. We'll see. I think it's going to figure it out if it don't. Okay, cool. So it opens this app here. This is really neat. It's like a sequencer, like what are those things called? Them pocket music dillies from Teenage Engineering. These little pocket sequencers that are really neat to play with. They're kind of hard to figure out how to work though, but if you're smart, you could probably do it. I thought you just opened that up. What happened? Okay, just run a Sonic Pi in a terminal. It did run for 2 seconds. What happened to it? What happened to Sonic Pi? Okay, Sonic Pi. Sonic-Pi. Alright, cool. Here comes the GUI. This is really cool. Sorry, the application stopped. What are you talking about, buddy? Okay, give me a freaking error log so I can tell the agent. I must be missing a library or something. I'm gonna have to turn desktop audio on here in a second. Alright, do we have stack trace, address signature? I don't know. Can I fucking... Yeah, don't make it so you can copy and paste it. Maybe when I send... I don't know. Might be some kind of issue with the audio drivers, but we're gonna get it worked out. Okay. Sonic Pi boot error. Show details. This is enough. And I'm gonna paste the error in here. Let the AI figure out what the heck. This is a Jack audio server problem. Sonic Pi depends on Jack for OK. The user needs to start the Jack audio server first before launching Sonic Pi. And I have to install that. Okay, I can do that. Fine. Sudo apt install pipewire dash jack pipewire dash alsa. Okay, did I spell it wrong? ALSA pipewire. Okay, let's just start with the jack first. Then reboot or restart your session. And Sonic Pi should work. Bro, I don't want to reboot. What are you talking about? Okay, I'm just gonna see if that was enough to get it working. I don't want to have to reboot. It's gonna be a pain in the butt. Don't send. So let me show it the error message for the that it can't find that package. It'll tell me what to do. Typo. Oh, okay, typo. Sudo apt install pipewire dash jack pipewire dash alsa. Ah, cool. Now I'm gonna ask it how I can do this without having to reboot, because I don't really know. Okay, I think it's working now. I think it crashed a couple seconds in last time, so it looks like we're good. So after it gets running, I'm gonna see if it will give me some code to run into Sonic Pi, so we can see what's up and have it generate, 5 or 6 songs to play as the game soundtrack. Don't mind loud can opening sound. Gotta have my monster. Ah, it's good. I love the sugar-free green monsters. Apologies, critical error. Show the details. Okay. This is a new cool error. It's definitely worth it to get this working though. There are a couple other ones. I think there's a couple JavaScript libraries that you can do the same thing with, but I like this one. Alright, buddy. You can go ahead and access the config. Good old deepseek. It's doing okay so far. We'll see it, and this is v4 Flash. Now I can see the issue. Make Sonic Pi not start its own jack D, since Pipewire Jack Okay, cool. Now I see clearly. Actually, okay, don't get in an actually loop. This is deepseek's thing. It gets stuck. He's okay now. He or she, I don't know. I don't know the gender of deepseek. I assume it doesn't have one. Alright, now try launching it. Wait. I'm just gonna say run it for me. Just be super lazy. Which is fine, because making these videos for everybody, not programmers. I don't want to hear from programmers. They're too pedantic, and I don't know. I have so many of them seem to have some kind of superiority complex. It's really annoying, especially the anti-AI folks, which I don't know. I don't know how I feel about it. If you remember during like the 2010s, there was so many of these YouTube creators, like coding, like learn to code creators, and get a job doing this, and day in the life of being a programmer, this kind of shit. And there were so many of them, and they had to have been making so much money. But oh, hold on, gotta get the phone. Alright, I'm back. Okay, so anyways, 2010s, there was like 1 billion learn to code creators on YouTube. And a couple things happened. It was, I feel like it was when Biden was president, and AI is just starting to come along. It hadn't really hit yet, but programmer jobs were drying up rapidly. All jobs were, not just for programmers. And then as time went on, it was just increasingly more difficult to get a job as a programmer. You know, when I got my first job, when I first started trying to get work as a programmer, I'd be able to get an interview easy every week. You know, even with no experience, it was pretty easy. And then it got to where, maybe about 2 years ago, you know, towards the end of Biden's presidency, you might have to apply for like 5,000 jobs online before you even got a response. And now it's even worse. But AI also came along. So now these learn to code dudes, you know, I feel like there's kind of an intersection between these learn to code creators and anti-AI, you know, because, you know, they're not, I don't want to say they're grifting people, because at the time, sure, maybe it was a grift, but you could get a job learning to code and you could make a lot of money. It's not like that now. And all those guys are probably out of work. So, I don't know. It's just crazy. Like, people get mad about people using AI to submit pull requests or whatever. But what are you going to do if it's not AI? Are you just not going to read the pull request? You know, like, people can write bad code too. People write bugs. You know, if you're at work and you're ready to go home, you're gonna rush. It's just human nature. Not everybody in the world has the best work ethic, but at least in most cases, the AI agent isn't gonna get tired. It's gonna do its due diligence. You know, and no, it's not perfect. But if you've been watching and you've seen how good it's gotten in the past few years, and you're still like, this is bogus, this is a hoax, I don't know what to tell you. But like I said, I'm not talking to programmers. I'm talking to anybody that wants to make some software and doesn't have years to master the skills, because it takes a long time. Just learning how to program takes a long time, and then learning to get good at it takes even longer. But you don't have to do that anymore. Just anybody can make any kind of software they want. If you run a business, or if you run you can make your own software for your own business for cheap, way cheaper. If you were to pay a contractor to write software for you, it would cost you thousands of dollars, where you could spend $20 and get results. And anyone who is just 100% against it, I would ask them if they've made anything with it, what they've made, and how they did it. Because there's some skills that you do have to acquire with working with the agents and getting them to produce quality stuff. And when I say quality, I mean something that meets your standards, not some nerd standard who is just gonna nitpick shit to death. And but anyways, my point is, in my opinion, it's good. I've worked with making games for a while. Like, I first started writing games with Perl back in the early 2000s, and I don't see that, especially if it's something. Now 3D is different. Having AI write a 3D game engine, you have to know a lot about 3D game engines to have AI write one effectively. And I don't, but I've tried. I got one. I had it write one in Lisp, and it was pretty good until I got to some of the more advanced stuff like shadows and things like that. And if I powered through, I probably could have got it working pretty good, and I might pick it up later. But for 2D games, you're not going to have any problem at all. And if you know how to draw some pictures in MS Paint or Sprite, you can make the game that you want to play using AI easy. And it's fun, and it's quick. In this case, this shit's not quick because, I don't know. I'm not just going straight into the game. I'm sort of trying to make first of all, the game is going to run headlessly, and it's 100% deterministic. So the game can fully be tested automatically. So if I want to add new things to the game, I don't have to manually run the game and test it. The simulation will do it. And it's the same every time. If you give it the inputs, the same exact result's going to happen. It's 100% deterministic. And it's tested so. And if it deviates from that, the test will break, and then we'll go and fix it and figure out what's wrong. But anyway, let's see what this guy's doing with the music. I don't know. Maybe I should put Claude on this. Okay, yeah, I think deepseek is kind of stuck. I shouldn't have used Flash for this. Let's see where it goes. Now I see the issue. Okay, there's a library issue. It's definitely worth getting this fixed, though. PW Jack Sonic Pi instead of just Sonic Pi. Now for artwork, if you're making a game for yourself, you know, you can use like stable diffusion and things like that. I mean, it's fine. It's not gonna look like what you want. I suggest, you know, hold on a second. Let's see. All right, we got it going. Anyways, I'll get off of that topic and it's working now. So I'm gonna start it up. What's the command that it ran to do that? pw-jack. Let me run this. I'm gonna copy. If it will, I don't like how OpenCode takes your selection away from you and says it copied it to the clipboard when it didn't. Yeah, that pisses me off. Okay, I'm just gonna have to type. Okay, and then pw-jack sonic-pi. Alright, cool. It's working now. So DeepSeek did come through. Alright, great. No, we don't need to do that. I'm going to say, give me the links to the Sonic Pi reference. I need brief guide on how to make music with it. Save it to sonicpi.md. So I'm going to save it here, and then I'm going to clear this session, have it read it, and then have it generate some music for me. And we'll see how it goes. Now I have enough information to write a comprehensive cool. Let me get I'm gonna go over here. I'm gonna Control Z this guy, put him in the background. I'm gonna open code here. And I'm gonna, I don't know how to do it. When you FG to bring a task to the foreground, it'd be cool to be able to tell it to run in the background. But what I think I'm gonna do, I'm gonna bring it to the foreground, then I'm gonna exit it, and then I'm gonna run it in the background after that. Once it closes, if Control C that guy. There we go. Now it should start up. All right, let's save some. Okay, cool. So clear. Oh, it's new. Okay, now let's switch models. Actually, I'll keep it on this one, and I'll say read Sonic Pi and generate a script. Generate some music code. Make it sound scary. Make it at least 2 minutes long. Alright. Oh, it exited. Oh, buddy. Why did you exit? I guess I can't run it in the background in the terminal. Alright, I'll use BPM 60 for slow tempo, dark ambient pads with ambi-choir and profit tritone dissonant intervals, heavy reverb and echo. Sounds good to me. So I'm pretty sure you can do this headlessly too without having to have the GUI open. This is cool. Oh, here's a sample right here. I'll go ahead and play this sample here if I can figure it out. What are you gonna do? Are you gonna make me copy this code and then paste it into the thing? I guess so. And here we go. Run. So we got some cool bells. I like it. Alright, here's the music. Let's see. What is that tool that you use to copy stuff to the clipboard? X-key G? think it's XD. It's XD something. No. Okay. I'm gonna stop that. It's... At least we know it's working now. Let's see. Keep the X clipboard. I need something that's gonna let me, what's the command line tool that lets me copy things to the clipboard? I think it's XDG. Oh, it's Xclip. Do I have Xclip? Which Xclip? Nope. So sudo apt install Xclip. Cool. Okay. I don't know. It's in the path. It should be in the path. Okay. Copy that music code to my clipboard. So yeah, you get Xclip, and then you can have the AI run it to copy shit to your clipboard, which is pretty useful, especially when your tool doesn't actually let you copy and paste. They should fix that because it does not work in Ubuntu. I had Arch Linux installed before, and I don't think I had this issue. I think it's an Ubuntu thing. But I like Ubuntu. Arch Linux is really cool. It's neat, but you get issues if you're not like a super Linux nerd, you know. And I like the GNOME desktop. I feel like back in the day, though, there used to be way more, and they still exist, but there used to be way more desktop environments available. I mean, they're still available, but they're not popular anymore. But like Fluxbox, and you had Blackbox, and they all looked pretty cool. What was cool about it, it was something new and completely different from Windows. I think that's what made Linux fun, really fun at first. It was like a real fresh new computer experience. You know, and Windows from version to version never really changed that much, and it never really invited you like into the world of the computer, because it wasn't for people that were, you know, having fun with the computer. Like, but like if you you're growing up in the, you know, the 90s, and you don't have internet access, what do you know, you gotta find some stuff to do if you don't have a lot of money for games. That's why I got into programming when I was a kid, because my mom never bought me any games. I probably got, like, on my birthday, she'd get me like a PlayStation game or something like that. But alright, what did you do wrong, DeepSeek? Okay, I'm totally doing this the wrong way. I'm just gonna say, just save it as music.rb. Oh, not. Okay, it knew what I was talking about. Desktop center. Okay, cool. Oh, wait, I already did save it. I'm dumb. Alright, where you at? Where you at, Sonic Pi? Scary. Oh, it's the same shit. Okay. Here we go. Let's see what the AI thinks is scary code music. Here we go. Am I playing the same thing? Stop that. I wonder if it just copied this. It kind of sounds like it. Make me a barbecue sauce commercial song. Let's see what DeepSeek V4 Flash thinks is barbecue sauce commercial music. I'm not reading its thoughts, but I wonder what it's thinking right now. Like, what does that even mean? Okay. Cool. We got some drum snares, cymbals. Okay. Done. Music.rb is now a barbecue sauce commercial jingle. Alright. This is gonna be neat. Control A, you're not letting me do it. Let's do how do I clear this? I stopped it. Save. I can't control A? What the shit? What the shit, buddy? I did it a minute ago. Paste. Okay, here we go. Barbecue sauce. Start up here. Yes. Why are you not doing it, buddy? You know what? I think it's because it's having some kind of conflict with the previous session. I'm gonna restart it. Alright. I cannot control A anymore. Okay, maybe I'll just open it. Load. There we go. I don't hear anything. Did I fuck it up? I don't see an error. Come on, buddy. Window. I don't know. Does it say anything about what's going on in the log? I really wish you would let me copy that, buddy. I'm gonna find out if we can run it in headless mode. Okay. Can we run it in headless mode? Pretty sure we can. Yep, there's a no GUI flag. Okay. Okay, so it's starting the server. Sam Aaron. Shout out to Sam Aaron. Good job, buddy. I think it's working. Okay. Anyway, let's let me get back to the actual game. I'm gonna start codex, and I'm gonna first let me check what see if I have any uncommitted code. I do, but I don't care. This apologies, a critical error. Okay, show details. I should have had Claude do this. Actually, wait, let me check more carefully for headless CLI option. Sonic Pi typically has Sonic Pi GUI, the underlying server, a tool to sync code to a running server. I know it does. I know you can run it headlessly. Alright, codex, okay. This game is supposed to be turn-based. all the other entities are moving on their own without waiting. So now we're gonna get the turn-based shit going. Alright, you know what? I'm sorry, DeepSeek. I'm gonna take you off of this. I'm gonna put Claude on this one. Okay, read pi. Get it going in headless mode. Now let's see what codex is saying. So simulation tick moves monster and renderer host has an auto wait path that sends wait on all wall clock interval. I'm reading both now to distinguish a simulation bug from a presentation demo setting. Okay. Maybe it's a bug in the render. Yes. Oh, let me get my game back up here. Keep that up there. I'm gonna keep it on top. Always on top, so I can play it. So yeah, they should be waiting. They should all be moving in turn. That's cool. Somebody's done. Fixed it. The issue was the renderer host enabling auto wait for normal menu. Okay, cool. So I'm gonna restart the game. If Alright, here we go. Alright, they're not moving. What? Sonic Pi? Okay, Sonic Pi crashed. Let's give Claude the error. I wonder if it knows it crashed. It probably does. Alright, here we go. We're gonna see if it works. Okay, so it is waiting. I don't know if the AI entities are actually moving in turn or not, because it's just so fast, so I can't really tell. But I think it is. So I wonder if I should add, like, all the entities will have like an initiative stat. I'm not sure about that. Maybe not. Not yet. I think this is fine for now. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna add potions, so we can get pickups established in this game. Let me give Claude the error that was expressed. Okay, cool. I'm gonna keep this session because it hasn't been running that long, and I'm gonna ask let's design. Actually, I'm gonna switch it into planning mode so that when it does kick off the work, it'll delegate it to another agent instead of this one, so it has a smaller context. Let's see here. Let's design the items system. We should start by adding potions. I know I need an inventory system too, though. But for now, that when picked up will restore 10 HP to whoever picks it up. Okay, so I'm gonna have it design it, and then I'm gonna have it let's see, save it as a doc, and I'm gonna have Claude look at it to see if there's any issues. We also need to design an inventory system for all entities. I'm gonna give an inventory system to all entities, so like not just monsters and players, but chests. So a chest would have an inventory, so that when you go loot a chest, you get the items that are in that chest inventory. Or if there's like a destructible block or something like that, it'll have an inventory. And then when it dies, it can drop the items. Okay. So we also need to design an inventory system for all entities. And then, you know what? We do need a HUD. And I think I'm going to have it... The HUD's going to be tied in with the inventory system too. We also need to add a HUD at the bottom. Make it have a gray background, take 100% width, let's see, have a rounded border that is gold. Okay. And I don't know, when I tell it UI stuff, it works pretty well to give it like HTML terminology. So like I could say use like the same units like rems or ems, things like that. You know, you can margins, padding, things like that, and it's really good at translating that. So the HUD should take up about let's say 30% of the height, 100% width. Let's we'll have a margin on the left and right and bottom of, so check this out. So like I'll say 2 rems, okay, and it will know what I'm talking about. Okay, for the HUD we want to show the player's stats and the player's inventory. Also hold on, player section of the HUD is aligned to the left of the center, left before the center. To the right we will have a combat action log. This will tell us everything that has happened, including player actions and NPC movements. And I'm going to say save the design doc as, and we're going to call this inventory design.md. And it doesn't matter if it's good, because by the time I have I'll have deepseek look at it and make suggestions and refinements, and then I'll have Claude do it too, and it'll be really sharp by the time it's done. I guarantee it. Like, it's gonna look decent. Okay. Okay, for the first potion implementation, should health potions be consumed immediately on pickup or stored in inventory and used later? Auto-consume? Okay, store then use, picking up. Okay, you know what? Let me think here. We might as well go ahead and get the item usage set up. So I'm thinking, let's see. Let's add controls, and we may have to look at the existing player controls and entity controls and do some refactoring. We have our WSD movement, but we'll also want the I key to highlight the inventory section of the HUD and use the arrow keys to navigate items, with spacebar used to consume the item or equip the item. Alright, we'll have to track what each entity has equipped. Alright, so even NPCs will have set items. So after this, I start working in the combat mechanics. For now, it's going to be basic. If there's an enemy within a tile from you, you move towards it to attack them. And when you kill them, they will drop their items. So probably what I'm going to do is... Oh shit, I just tore up my headphone jack. That's great. I'm going to have it... have another section of the HUD where it says ground. And then you'll be able to pick items up from there. So it's asking, when the player presses I, how should the inventory focus behave? Toggle, focus, recommended. Yeah, that's what we want. What should space do for selected inventory items? Type default. Consumables are consumed, equipables are equipped, and unequipped based on item type metadata. Yeah, that's good. Alright, what equipment model should V1 use for all entities? Simple slots. Yes, simple slots, that's fine. Now, we also need to add a HUD element for nearby items that are dropped or planted on the map from enemies, chests, place. How should healing potions behave with the new store then consumes? Stepping onto a potion picks it up into the inventory, selecting it and pressing space restores 10 HP and removes. Auto consume on pickup. None of the above. Who can pick up items? Hold on. I'll go over that. We also need to add HUD element for nearby items that are dropped and enemy's chest, placed items. This will get a section of the HUD, and pressing G will activate the tab. Using arrow keys to select, pressing space will pick up the item. I'm not going to add a cap on how many items there can be just yet. Well, let me think. Maybe. Okay, each entity will have a limited inventory space. We need to consider that when a player tries to pick up an item. Alright, let it churn. ground items are currently hidden from observation. Only tiles monster player. Okay. To make a HUD nearby items tab work cleanly, the player needs a new FOV filtered visible items protocol field plus a pickup item ID command. And the host should keep local selection state for inventory versus nearby item focus. Okay, cool. Okay, that's cool. So G plus space picks a potion into inventory if capacity allows. I plus space consumes it. Yes, that's what we want. Who should be able to pick up items in the first implementation? I think all entities should be able to pick up items. I think that'll make it easier for like when we have like other NPCs. Like maybe you might have an ally that you want to gather items for you or something like that. Let's say all entities. How should limited inventory space work? Slots with stacks. Each entity has n inventory slots. Stackable items like potions share one slot up to a max stack size. Yes. Very good. It's asking some good questions. Let me check on the music thing. Okay, so I have to run some stuff. Okay, cool. Okay, okay, so Sonic Pi, I have too old of a version, so I'm going to say, tell me how to remove the current version of Sonic Pi so that we can then install the new version that supports headless usage. That's what we want to do. Okay, here we go. When an NPC moves onto an item, what deterministic pickup behavior should V1 use? Auto pickup, useful. NPC pickup items on there. Let's add a needs system. So for example, if generally useful for a monster like a healing potion, it will pick it up and use it when what do we want to do? Needs to can carry the item for as long as it wants and then use it whenever. But we also want to be able to queue up needs. For example, we might want a helper entity to gather a specific item for us. And if it has that queued in its needs, it'll gather them when it sees them in its FOV. This goes for all entities. Should NPCs consume healing potions? Okay, when hurt. At the start of an NPC turn, if HP is below max and it has a potion, consume. I don't know about below max, because then it might take 1 damage and use a potion. That's not going to be good for the NPC, so use below half. Actually, yeah. And then later we'll make that different, so it's not just, oh, you're at half, you're automatically going to heal. But that's if they have a potion anyway, so we're We're not going to give them all potions. Which concrete capacity equipment default should the plane use? Player 10 slots, NPC 3 slots, potion stack, max 5, equipment slots, weapon, armor, accessory. I like that. Let me check on Claude, see what's up with the music. He's going to tell me the commands to remove Sonic Pi, update it. Alright, let's see here. Is this Sonic Pi? Okay, sudo app purge Sonic Pi. Yeah, purge. And then sudo apt auto remove. Okay. So I have to download the app image. I'm going to say download and set up the app image for me, and add a helper script to launch it. Make a tools directory and place the script there, as well as the app image. All right, cool. Okay, so it's got a good plan here. Now I'm gonna say no stay in plan mode, and then I'm gonna switch save it. I'm gonna tell it to save the plan, and then I'm gonna have Claude review it to make sure that it's good. Oh, okay. How do I switch out of plan mode? What? When you switch out of plan mode? How do I switch out of plan mode? Tab's not working. Show shift tab. You gotta be different. Okay. And build mode. Write it, please. All right, cool. So this is going to download the latest version of Sonic Pi that we can run in headless. We're going to use Sonic Pi to generate music from code, from Ruby code. It's a sequencer that uses Ruby. It's really cool. And we're going to have AI write us barbecue sauce commercial jingle. Well, we already did that. We just got to get it playing. It's going to be pretty sweet. Okay, where'd my game go? Did I lose my, there we go. Gotta keep this up so people know it's a game, kind of. Right now it looks kind of like Snake, except you don't grow. But it's gonna be a turn-based RPG, roguelite, like Dungeon Mans or Tales of Magial, Caves of Cud, that kind of thing. It's gonna be really cool. We're gonna have probably procedurally generated maps. We're gonna train machine learning algorithms to play the game, and they can be your companion or they can be the enemy. I think that would be really cool to have a machine learning trained companion to help you. So it's just like super smart about everything. So I'd probably have to train it with the companions together so that they learn how to interact and react to each other for the best outcomes. That's gonna be fun, getting that working. So yeah, I don't know. I think I kind of want to go in like a Dwarf Fortress direction. Where you build bases and all of that, but still stick to the whole turn-based thing. I don't want it to get too crazy. It has to be completely deterministic. I always have issues with these flat packs. Alright, let's see. Wrote the design doc. Cool. And that was... oh, I thought I was having DeepSeek write it. Did I get my wires crossed here? Nah. Okay. Now I'll have DeepSeek look at it. Open code models. Let's go DeepSeek. DeepSeek Pro. Read. Inventory design. Let me know what you think. See if you can find any issues or room for improvement. Let me know if you have any questions. Alright. Now if he updates it, if he has any recommendations, I'm going to have it add like a comment section to the document. And then to wrap it up, I'm going to have Claude read it and read DeepSeek's comments and then have it make adjustments to the plan. And it's going to work awesome. Alright, so option A, Flatpak, easiest flat hub has Sonic Pi. Flatpak isn't currently installed, so it would be, okay, I guess I need to install Flatpak. Okay, I can't, what? Sudo app search Flatpak? Oh, I can't install that bad boy. Alright, DeepSeek's reading the design doc for the HUD and the inventory system. It's really like 2 or 3 different systems combined that it's going to have to build out, but it's not too much work to handle. Like 6 months ago, you're only going to want to do one system at a time. But since these systems are somewhat coupled together and related, I think they need to be built in parallel, and that's fine. So if Flatpak runtime package itself isn't in Ubuntu 25 repos, that leaves us with 2 real paths. Option A, fix audio. Option B, build Sonic Pi from source. Okay, let's build Sonic Pi from source. Put it in the tools folder. Make sure you add it as a sub-module in our main repo. Alright. This will make it so that when we can, so we have tiled, A-Sprite repos in our project as sub-modules so that we can edit the tools however we want, and we might as well do the same thing for Sonic Pi. I can imagine we're going to be making any changes to it, but we had to download the repo anyways. So the option is available to us if that's what we want to do. Hello there, lovely Linux user. Welcome to our build instructions. That's very polite. Alright, DeepSeek, what you got? Control X down to view subject agents. Okay, yeah, I like to see what it's thinking. Okay, so here it's going through everything that's complete and what's not done. That's a lot. Where's my scroll bar? Is it done? I guess it's done. Okay, summary of implementation maturity. Okay, let's see what it said. Okay, I'm going to say, wait, what did I do? Control X, up, down. How do I get back? Oh, wait. Previous, next. There we go, okay. cool. Let me think here. Yeah, I think we really got to wait for all of this to get done before we can do anything else. Since we're messing with both the render and the AI and all that stuff. Okay, so item type model is underspecified. Pickup range is ambiguous. Current player's tile looks okay. Stack merging versus full inventory conflicts. Missing drop command. No item. Okay, cool. Should monsters have equipment slots? Yes. They should have equipment slots. I'll say yes, they should have equipment slots. When spawned. So I'm going to design, let's see here. I'm going to make it just basic. They're going to have equipment slots. We'll have to design some items. Maybe a global item set. Items should have level requirements. All entities should have levels. This is adding a lot more complexity, but it's something that we are going to have to tackle eventually. So all entities should have levels. They cannot equip an item if they aren't the right level. When enemies spawn, we'll randomly select the items for them. And I'm not going to worry about classes yet. I'll do that later. Few items to pick from for each slot. Okay, so what was its other question? Should monsters have equipment slots? Yeah. Player only equip would be simpler for version 1. I don't. Okay, should entity healed event fire for NPC self-healing? HP change is already visible via visible, but the event itself would let the HUD log it. The design says event must be FOV safe and the NPC is visible. So I'd say yes, but worth confirming. Well, let's see here. So that's basically saying that what if you can't see the NPC? Like we don't want NPCs roaming the dungeon and just picking up all of the items. So unless they need it, I'll just tell it that and then see what it thinks. About 8. Don't want NPCs out of sight roaming the dungeon and picking up all of the items. I'll say this: if an enemy is out of the player, or I don't want to say player, because what if another NPC is attacking the enemy? If the enemy needs the item, let's say health is under 100%, there should be a need queued up for that item, and the NPC will pick one. I'll say they'll search for it. So if let's say there's an NPC that is just hostile to everything, and he attacks the goblin, the net goblin should be able to flee and go look for a health potion. And if there's an issue with items not being so available, we'll just have it spawn more items or respawn items. So should be needed. The NPC will search for the item. As far as regular items and loot, well, we don't want NPCs just running around looting all the shit. You know, I think it's fine if they go pick up you know what? I don't know. I don't think they should seek out loot. But I think if they happen to be in an area and look, there's a sword on the ground, they can pick it up. I think that's fine. So as far as regular items and loot, if the item is in the enemies, how do you spell enemies? Enemies, FOV, and is an upgrade, they will attempt to collect it. Okay. If they need a health or mana potion, they will. I don't want them to be like automatically get the location of the potion and go to it. I want them to be able to wander around. But then if they're wandering around, like let's say you get in a fight, you don't want them to just disengage as soon as they take damage and go look for a potion. So I gotta figure that out. Okay, so if the item is in the enemy's FOB, if it's an upgrade, they will attempt to collect it. If they need a health or mana potion, they will collect one if it's in their FOV. I didn't tell it to have them go seek it out, did I? Search for the item in their FOV. I guess I'm saying that twice, but it's not going to care. Alright, we'll see what it comes up with. So we almost got the design for the inventory system, the AI behavior as far as it goes with items. The enemies have equipment slots too. The enemies can pick up loot. If it's an upgrade for that enemy, it'll pick it up and equip it. And if it's damaged, and let's say you're fighting an enemy, there's a potion laying on the ground, the enemy will go try to get the potion and use it, but the enemy's not going to run away from you and go on the other side of the map to pick up a potion. Alright, let's see. Let me check in on the music thing. So we're going to have basically like maybe procedurally generated music. That would be kind of cool. But we're setting this thing up called Sonic Pi that lets us write music code in Ruby. So it's like a sequencer. And we can either write this code ourselves to make the music, or we can have AI write the music. And it's uncertain what the quality of the music is. I've already generated some of it, but I haven't been able to play it yet. So what I'm doing right now is setting up the system that's going to let us play it. But what we're going to do is use this for our game assets. So our game music and all of that, we're going to be able to just have it export, you know, the music as a WAV file, and our asset system will pick that up. We might also want something for like procedural sound effects too. Maybe that could be cool. That way I don't have to find all these different assets. I can just generate them with code. Because the idea is to make something, you know, that's passable and entertaining for me. It doesn't have to be professional or production grade. It just has to be fun. And if you're wanting to make a game, you know, and publish it, if you want, you know, go pay some people to make some music for you, or make it yourself, whatever. But right now, we're going to do everything programmatically, so I don't have to go scour the web for assets, except for our sprites. When it comes time for our sprites, I'm just going to draw them by hand in Asprite. But we have Asprite integrated into our renderer, and that's cool because if you're using like straight PNG files, you don't get layers. And layers can be useful because you can kind of embed metadata into the image layers. So an example is, let's say you want your sprite to have bones or limbs, like like a 3D model would have. So a mesh would have bones associated to it, and the mesh would deform around these bones as it moves. You can do the same thing with 2D sprites. So you can have a separate layer, and you can draw bones, and it will form the texture around these bones. So you can create walking animations with just sticks. So instead of having to draw every frame of your character, you just draw the sticks, and it works. So far, I've only done it with a worm, but it was pretty amusing. So yeah, that's why we're going to use Asprite format for the sprites. Okay. And there's also all kinds of different metadata that you can embed into that too inside of Asprite. Alright, pseudo needs. Okay, cool. I don't know why it can't just like open up a prompt to let me put in my password, but I'm gonna run this bad boy here. I should have known it needed to use sudo, and what the shit. I'm going to give it this because its packages that it thought we needed are not right. Okay, so added, per your clarification, global item defs registry with 10 concrete items, entity level system. Every entity has level. Items have minimum level. Equip, consume, gated by level comparison. Enemy spawn equipment. So when enemies spawn, they also spawn with a random set of equipment. Dynamic need queue. Rebuild at turn start. Survive always present. Acquire item type queued when upgrade in FOV. So if it's on the ground and it's near the entity, the player or the NPC, it's going to show up in their queue as items that they can pick up. FOV, constrained NPC item behavior. Same tile pickup only. FOV NPC item. Okay. One step movement towards FOV items that satisfy. I guess that's fine. Unequipped command previously missing. Fixed issue. Pickup range is now explicitly same tile only. Yeah, that's fine. Later on, we can make it to where the enemy could do like a little retreat and go grab a potion if it's close enough. Well, you know what? I mean, it might make it interesting. You might have to race the goblin to the potion to see who can pick it up. So I think we'll do that. So let's make it so that as long as the item is needed and in the entity's FOV, they will attempt to move and pick it up and use it if they need. Okay, so equipment now has mechanical effects, damage, armor bonus, speed comp. Okay, cool. Schema version bump to V2. Action mapper impact noted. Schema is specified in full detail for observation. New fields, command action, new variants. Right, that looks really good. It's anticipating my needs. It's a good partner. Alright. It knows what I need before I know. Okay, here. What? So now we're working on the music. We're going to generate our music with Ruby code. So when we need music assets for a game, we can just have the language model generate music from code. So it's not really copying music from like pre-existing. It's going to write its own. like a sequencer, and it's gonna be okay. Like, I've done this before, and the music isn't great, and it can be really annoying, but it saves you from having to go find it on the internet. Okay. Where are we at now? Alright, cool. Now I should also update the need matching. So he's almost done with the design document for the HUD, the item system. After that, I'm going to have probably Codex review it. No, I'll have Claude review it. I think Claude is a little bit better at code reviews than Codex, but I'm not really sure. You could have both of them do it. And that usually does work. So like if I pass it on to Claude and have him refine it, and then I have Codex do it, both of them are probably going to come up with some improvements or spot some errors. It just depends on how much. The more planning you do up front, the less you have to backtrack later. So please run the single line. I already did it. All right. May continue. Okay, my monitor's saying that it has to maintenance. I don't know. Every few hours it does that. I don't know what it means. But I say yes and let it do its thing because I don't want to screw up my new OLED monitor. It's really neat. Alright. Good. The build uses CMake. Okay, so now it's gotta build Sonic Pi from source, and then we'll be able to use it in headless mode to generate the music. Alright, cool. Let me get status. We have made changes to the code. I'm gonna wait till everybody wraps their crap up, and then I'm gonna make a commit because everything works for now. I don't want to break anything. Every time you make a change, make a commit, have the AI make a commit or do it yourself. Yeah, the AI make a commit. It can come up with a thoughtful commit message, or you can come up with your own thoughts, which is not fun. It hurts. Or you can just type in garbage for the commit message. It doesn't really matter. Do what you like. Done. The key behavioral changes. Okay, cool. So now I'm gonna have Claude. I'm gonna have Claude review the design document, and I'm gonna have. Let's see. I'm gonna have model. I'm gonna have Opus 4.7 review it because it's capable of more complex works at 2x usage, but whatever. And then okay. And see if you can find any issues or room for improvements. Ask me any questions you have. Alright. So we're gonna do one pass, refinement pass on it, and then we're gonna implement it. And I'm gonna have Codex implement it because Codex is pretty fast, a lot faster than DeepSeek for sure at writing the code. Alright. Is it making the commit? No, it's not. I don't know what it's doing. Background command, build Sonic Pi. Oh, it is. Let me see here. I gotta keep this dude on top. You stay up there. Alright. So this, once I get this HUD going, after all this new stuff is implemented, this is gonna start looking like a game. It's gonna look a little bit less like Snake, like I'm gonna eat this guy and grow a segment, and it's gonna start looking more like something cool, like Caves of Cud. Yeah, I like that game. It's just I'm too dumb. I'm so stupid for any complexity. All right. Bugs, contradictions. NPC upgrade behavior contradicts equip semantics. Equipment says V1 rejects equipment when the slot is occupied, but NPC turn behavior step 4 says if the item is equipable upgrade, equip it immediately. Upgrade means the slot already has a worse item, so an NPC can pick up a longsword, but the equip silently fails and they're stuck with their starter dagger forever. Either NPCs need a swap path or an upgrade rule needs to require the slot be empty. Okay. MP system is added implicitly. Mana potion and HUD. Okay. We don't have an MP system yet. We only have HP. Monster death loot is unspecified. We gotta have that. Monsters now spawn with equipment and consumables. Nothing in the design says what happens when one dies. Design gaps worth pinning down. Equipment slot, store, item type, not item ID. Okay. Fine for V1, but it makes per instance state impossible to add later. Legal actions. Indexing is underspecified. Table shows categories 0 through 14 with per item / per slot expansion, but doesn't say how index space is laid out. NPC FOV cost. Every NPC computes a per turn raycast FOV. With many NPCs, that's the dominant per tick cost and could threaten the 50k to 100k step second target. Worth a note, cache while position unchanged. Lower radius further. Recompute only when needs require it. Stack overflow. Ground split wording is ambiguous. Ground item is split, not the inventory stack. Unclear whether the original... Okay. Pickup ID and identity. When a player drops an item, place a new ground item and place a new ID. So pickup, drop, pickup gets a different ID each time. Intentional. It complicates. Did the player ever touch X queries? Okay, that's a good point. NPC tiebreak. When multiple upgrades qualify for the same slot. Evaluate needs queues. 1 acquire item type per upgrade slot. But if 2 items in FOV both qualify, which one wins? Probably highest stat total ties by insertion order, but say so. NPC contention for the same item. 2 PC, okay, NPC contention. The other one now has a still target, the dynamic rebuild. Okay. Smaller things, combat formula change. Base damage equals 1 plus damage bonus. Is a balance change that will move existing test expected values. Worth flagging. Okay. Questions. NPC swap on upgrade. Should NPCs be able to swap equipment, or do you genuinely want them locked to whatever they spawn with until they... Okay. NPCs should be able to swap equipment. Now, do we want them to save the items? I think so. Because then that could make, like, let's say you have a goblin, a monster that's just been killing a ton of dudes. He's gonna have some loot. NPCs should be able to swap equipment. I'll say they should also be able to keep, let's see, equipment they don't want any more. Okay. Do I want them to do that? I don't know. Nah. They'll swap equipment. Leave the old one on the ground. Okay, so 2 NP. Is this a plain subsystem we're folding in here, or should mana potion and heal potion be deferred? We need to implement the NP system. Well, let's say we need to add the design the NP system now. 3. Death loot. Drop everything. Drop equip only. Roll a drop chance per item. Drop everything. Okay, so items will not appear on the other tiles. They will be inside the dead things inventory and can be looted by other NPCs or players. Logic, things like containers and chest will have in common. All items inside a chest will be lootable by NPCs and players. Okay, so for item ID stability, should an item keep its ID across pickup? Yes. Yes. Keep item ID. Tied to that instance of the item. 5. Legal actions layout. Do you want fixed offsets, e.g. 100-199, reserved for inventory use, index by slot 0 to 99, or a packed variable layout? The training side will care a lot. Okay. We'll see. So we want it, whatever we do, we want it to be easy for the machine learning algorithm to train on the game. Thirsty. Alright. By the way, push P, you can spawn more warlocks. There we go. Now I got a bunch of warlocks just wandering around. Oh, let me check on Claude. Package. Let me guess. We're missing more dependencies. I don't know if the compile failed or not. Oh, it did complete. Cool. So it looks like our music shit is almost done. And we got some annoying music. I know it's going to be annoying. I wish you could read its thoughts here. I guess they do that because it would just completely flood the terminal. I think there's like a set buffer for it. I don't know though. Alright, gotta install all these dependencies real quick. Okay. Let it know that that was bogus. And it will give me the right command to install these dependencies. Okay. So these this won't be have anything, this doesn't have anything to do with the game runtime or any of that. It's just trying to build Sonic Pi, which is the sequencer we're going to use to make music for the game. Okay, here. That's cool. They're using WIT. They're using this tool called WIT to track their work so that there's no conflicts between the different agents. So you see here, he says he has like a little agent ID here. It says WIT declared description, HUD inventory design. So intent declared, lock acquired. So he's putting a lock on this file. So if another agent wants to touch that file, before the agent even starts work, it's going to check if there's any locks on the files that it needs to access. Alright, bash.temp/install. Okay, cool. So I got to run that with sudo, I guess. Cool. There we go. Now we're installing dependencies. Cool beans. Yes, make the edit. So after it's done with this, I'm putting codex on the implementation. And I don't know, it might be about 5-10 minutes for it to do all of that work. And it's a lot too. It's going to add a HUD to our game here. It's going to add items. I didn't add combat yet. That's probably going to be next. Be fighting. Not all of these. So to fight, you know, if this were the actual game mode, right now they're just wandering around. They'd be coming at me. They'd be trying to mash me. And I will kill them all. Alright. Yeah, this is a big plan here. Let me load this bad boy up and see what it's gonna do. Alright. So HUD, inventory, items, controls, and needs system. So entities are going to have a needs system, which is basically a queue that tells it what it needs. So if it's low on HP, it needs a potion, and it's going to attempt to seek a potion. Let's say you're a lumberjack and you need wood. You're going to have wood in there. It's going to tell you to go get wood. And I'm thinking just out of the box as a bonus, the player, let's say the player gets low on HP, it's going to have a needs item queued up too. It's not going to go seek it, but maybe it'll be exposed, so we could use that in some way. Let's say they've been stricken with some kind of disease and they need a specific potion, that potion can be added. So they don't have to just guess what potion do I need to cure this particular disease. It's going to tell them what they need to go look for. And maybe even it could give them like a hint. There's, you know, highlight an area on their mini map, which I don't have yet. I do need a mini map for sure though. That's going to be pretty cool. Okay. Let me check. Let me check if that shit finished installing. Yeah, okay. Done. Do you want to make this edit? Yes, sir. Alright. Almost there. Almost to Music Town. Bill is running in the background. Expected 20-40 minutes. You're wrong, buddy. I got a fast computer. It's not going to take that long. So it's cool. They've like implemented some kind of callback system, so it can launch tasks in the background, and then when it's done, reactivate. Before, it wouldn't do that. Before, when it would launch a task, it would have to set a timeout, and it always sucked because it would set like a 3-second timeout for a task that would take like 5 minutes to run. And then depending on whatever they did, what error codes were exposed or whatever, it might not know if there was, let's say if it didn't return an error code, it would think it was a success, and it doesn't do that anymore, so that's really good. I'll know when it's done because my freaking fan will quit spinning so fast. That's what's good about having loud fans. You can just tell when your computer's really thinking. I think it would be cool to program the LEDs, like my RAM has LEDs, to like change its color depending on like the CPU's usage or maybe temperature or something like that. So like it gets red when it's running hot. That'd be pretty neat. All right. Yeah, this is a big file. Oh my god. But this is the plan for several different systems. And I don't know, I'm betting it probably takes about 10 minutes to do all of this. And then we'll be so much closer. The only thing we'll be missing after that is combat. We'll have the item system, equipment, players going to be able to pick up items, equip items. They have stat bonuses. The NPCs are going to be able to pick up items and use them too. NPCs are going to drop loot. Yeah. Yeah, I'm glad I went with Rust. It's doing a pretty good job. It's not having any issues with it. About 6 months ago or something, I tried making a project in Rust, like just a basic 2D game, and it didn't know Rust well enough at the time, and it really had a lot of trouble. But it's had no problem with Rust. And it's doing a good job. Like, all these files are pretty... Well, this guy's huge, but this is the main simulation file. But everything's going in, like, you know, each module, each has its own responsibility, like a single responsibility. So we don't get these huge files that just consume all of your context. And that's the thing. You want to make sure when you're using coding agents that you don't just put everything into one file. And if you don't tell it not to do that, like if you're writing something in Python, it's going to try to put your whole app in one file. So you need to tell it, you know, make this design modular. Otherwise, you're going to have problems. And some models have a lot of trouble editing large files. Yeah. Alright, oh, it's still running. Let me... Okay, cool. So, Sonic Pi is almost done compiling. Just seeing some warnings, but no build errors. That's almost there. Okay. A container is a placed inventory at a tile that other entities can loot. V1 has two variants: corpses created on death and chests placed by world generation, but the loot mechanics are unified. And any further container types, sacks, hidden caches, world event drops, reuse the same model. That's good. Containers in the player's FOV appear in observation.visible containers. The contents of a visible container are not bundled into the container struct. The unification means pickup item ID works identically for ground items and container items. The sim resolves the source from world state, and the HUD presents both kinds in the same nearby items. That's good. That sounds really good. I was trying to use Unreal Engine on Unreal 5 in Linux, and it works, but there's issues with building it, getting it to actually compile. When I finally did, man, it took like 2 hours to compile Unreal on this computer, and this computer's kind of a beast. I didn't really spare any expense except for the video card. I went with a 4060 Ti because it's got 12 gigs of VRAM. I wanted to upgrade I wanted to play Starfield when it was coming out, and I had like the top of the line ATI AMD or ATI video card, but it didn't work with Starfield. So like an idiot, I sent it back and I got the 4060. I should have kept it. They would have fixed it. I was just a dickhead. I miss those days. Expensive GPU days. Those days have been gone for a while. Well, what I mean is being able to afford a GPU. I don't think GPUs are super affordable right now. Okay, so we got Sonic Pi going. Let's see if it plays. No. Okay, I think Claude stopped it because he saw that it was working. It's just a smoke test. Alright, what are you thinking, buddy? I'll hit play. Okay. Oh, he's supposed to be doing it in headless mode. That's not exactly headless mode, but error, stream idle, timeout. What? Try to continue. What's going on here? Must have had like a internet glitch, connection glitch. There's no headless flag in 4. Oh, I was wrong about that. Oh, thanks. Okay, you know what? And our what did I name my song? What the hell did I name that song file? Oh, music.rb. Well, okay. Alright. Do you want me to make this edit? Yeah. It's slow going. This would be a lot slower though if I didn't have these tools, especially because I don't know Rust. Makes me wonder though, how long would it take? Like how long would it take for a good Rust programmer to make the same exact thing that this guy's making? I think there's dudes that are just geniuses, and they'll always be able, well, for a long time, they're going to be able to outperform AI. But a regular dumbass, a regular dipshit like me, this shit's awesome. Shit's awesome because, you know, if you look at all the things you got to do to be able to make a game and learn programming, you know, that's a lot. But they can just skip that step. And then in the process of building stuff with AI, they will learn. They might not learn how to write, you know, programs off the dome, but as long as they're sitting here and they're reading the, you know, what the AI says and what it tells them to do, they're going to learn something. They're not. I've learned a lot about different things using AI. And it doesn't really go out of its way to teach you things, concepts, but it definitely can if you tell it to. Like you could tell the agent, like, you know, anytime we use a new feature of this language, you know, or a concept, give me an introduction so I understand things better. That's fine. You can do that if you want to learn. If you want to learn a lot more. Like, but sitting here and reading this stuff, watching the AI design this system, I've learned a lot already. And so the next thing I do, you know, I've got this experience and I know the systems that had to be built that I wasn't aware of at first. So I'll be a little more prepared, and each time it's better. That's how it's been with me. Any project that I've done with AI that I've spent a significant amount of time on has always been better than the last. Just because I'm learning how to use the AI effectively. And there's a lot of tools you can use to enhance the AI's abilities. MCP servers are really good. They can be kind of kind of a shit fest getting set up sometimes. But it's not a big deal. If you want to use an NPC server, so one thing that's useful is these vector databases that basically they take all of your code or documents and they put it into a vector database, and then that lets the models search them so they can query them and ask questions. So there's another large language model sitting on top of this database that they query, and they can ask questions, interrogate the code that way. And those things are really useful when you have a really big code base or if you have documents. So one thing you might want to do, and you don't really have to do it so much anymore, but you can download, if you're using a certain API, you can download the documents and save it locally and set up a document server, and you won't have to search the web. I mean, that's basically what it does. It saves you from having to go and search the web all the time. And there are services, the MCP services, that they're aware of all the documents and everything like that you can hook into, and those are really useful. But I'm not doing that right now. And a lot of things that were necessary, like spec flow, which was where you would have an AI design your entire spec. So like you could kind of just one-shot a whole project. You don't really have to have that kind of stuff anymore. Sure, it's useful if you have, like, maybe if you're working in like a real like commercial environment, you're gonna have a spec a lot of times that you have to follow. Those things are useful for that. Do you want to create SP run? Yes, I do. All right, cool. I think this is good. I'm gonna, if anything sucks, I'll just fix it later. So I'll have codex read this document. I don't think I need to put it in plain mode. Maybe I will. I'll put it in plain mode. Shift tab. There we go. Read. No, I'm gonna take it out of plain mode. I don't need to do that. Read HUD inventory design and begin the implementation. Make sure you use WIT to track your work. If it don't work, get it working. I got a phone call. That's so dumb. I just got a call and like immediately nobody is available. Like I'm gonna sit there and wait. Spam calls are getting friggin' ridiculous, man. My wife gets them constantly. I think there was like some kind of data breach or something that just gave her. And what's annoying is a lot of them are from local numbers, so I think maybe they should quit selling numbers to people who don't actually live in the state. There are no active blocks. I found the design doc. Okay, cool. He's going to use WIT. Now let me check. Alright. Waiting 20 seconds for Sonic Pi to boot. There we go. We got Sonic Pi. He's probably just going to terminate it in a second, so I'm not even going to try to use it yet. I'm going to let it time out. And so the script is sp-run.py. That will launch Sonic Pi. What do you want? Okay. Should hear some music, maybe. When you want to stop it, run. Okay. Come on, music. I don't hear music, buddy. Okay, so you have to start Sonic Pi and run it in the background. Or what? Where? Oh, you're not working? Well, buddy. What do you think about that? Okay, so Codex is struggling with wit. That's crazy because Claude had no issue with it. Whatever. I've used 93% of my session limit with Claude. It's a good thing I haven't been hammering on Codex so much. Try again. There we go, we're starting it. And then in the other terminal, alright, we got it. Here's the command that sends the song to be played. Is it gonna work? Oh. Well, it didn't start it, but who stopped it, buddy? Okay. Check the logs. Alright, so I am trying to get our sequencer working so I can generate music assets for the game. Using Sonic Pi, I had to build it from source, and it's crashing when I hit play. So I gotta get it working. And then I got Codex implementing the HUD, the inventory system, the looting mechanics, and some of the AI behavior stuff, such as when the AI is low on health, it will pick up a health potion if it's within its field of view. Which field of view, as you can see when I'm moving around my map, well, see how the map narrows? That's because I'm moving over, and that's like my camera following me. But all the entities have a field of view, so if I'm fighting a monster, but there's a potion that's not inside of its field of view, it will not go get it. But if I fight it and it needs that potion, it'll try to go get it. That's the plan. We're about to see if it works here in a little bit once it's done writing the code. And it's on to writing code, which means it's almost done because it writes code last. It'll write the code and then it will test the code. And the code can be tested automatically. It does not have to run the game to test the game at all. So the game simulation runs completely independent from the renderer. So you will be able to have any type of interface to the game that you want. It can be text, have graphics, and also it's hot swappable. So you can hot swap the assets in the game. So like I can change these entities here and recompile the Rust code, and without stopping the game, it automatically refreshes. And I don't even think it has to restart the simulation. But like I could tell it to add you know, remove all these warlocks. I can tell it to do anything, and it can change it without having to reload the game, which is really cool. So that makes it to where, like, you could do something kind of cool, like, let's say you want to have, like a, you know, like you're playing Dungeons and Dragons or something, and you want to have a dungeon master, right? So you could either have a player act as a dungeon master, or an AI do it. So the AI could be like, I think I want to see this guy fight 100 goblins. He can spawn them into your game, and it's just going to work. It's going to be really cool. All right. Please get this working. Come on. We're almost there. So basically the way this works is, you see this JSON here, that's how you communicate with the simulation. You just give it these JSON strings. Alright. It's called, what is it, ND JSON, I think? New line delimited JSON. So each line, each discrete instruction is just a single line of JSON given to the simulation. Okay. Oh, so it's saying that I was running 2 instances, and that's why I didn't play the music. Good. Alright, he's compiling it now. Very cool. I'm going to go ahead and close it just for a moment. Alright, Sonic Pi Launcher. Oh man, are we going to get both things at once? We're going to get music and the HUD and inventory. Alright, I guess I can try that script again. Where you at, buddy? The GUI will open on your screen and the music will start playing once the server is ready. Okay. Shortcut file not found using default shortcut. Alright. Okay, I'm just gonna see if it plays. No, it crashed. Well, oh, here we go. That's useful. Tell me why it crashed. Codex still chugging away. You know what I could do? I could have, just to give it something to do, I could have DeepSeek go ahead and write some music. Let's see. But yeah, we'll have Flash to it. What's it called? Sonic. When a sad song, happy song, serious song, and a song that will play when you die. I don't know if that's 5, whatever. Okay, so it's going to go ahead and write these files so that once I finally do get Sonic Pi working, I can play some stupid music. Oh, so I was just running like a fuckload of these servers, and that's why it's not working, I think. Default test pass after formatting. I'm adding a small focus test set for the new inventory commands now. So these tests are so good. Like, the tests are basically going to guarantee that it works before I even load the game up and try it. Just because of the way the game's engine is built, it's all deterministic. So the whatever you give it, you give it the same thing, it's always gonna unfold exactly the same way each time. And if it stops doing that, then the test will complain about it. We'll know that's broken. So if I was doing this, well, the way that I've always done it, every time I made a change, I would have to load the game back up, run around, do the thing, and see if it works. But not now. This is really cool. Well, it didn't crash this time. It did crash. What the fuck? Oh, come on, buddy. Tell me why you're crashing, guy. Okay. Okay, he built it. I'm gonna run it. I think it's ready. So when it goes up, we should see a HUD. Alright, let's see here. I don't see a HUD, buddy. What the fuck? What did you do? Let me try it again. Maybe it was buried in the menu. Hold on. Actually, the test did fail, so... Okay, so... Okay, well, he's not done working, but he doesn't seem to be aware that the HUD's not even showing up. I'll wait till he's finished to tell him it's not working. Oh, fuck, I ran out of time with Claude. That's fine, because what I'm going to do is copy this shit, and then I'm going to have... I guess codex fix it. Trying to get Sonic Pi working. Pick up where Claude left off. That should be enough context to get it started. Alright. Okay. What landed? Oh, he hasn't even done that yet. Implemented the first HUD inventory foundation pass. Not implemented yet. Containers, corpses, NPCs need pickup layer behavior. Okay. I'm going to say write a HUD inventory handoff and provide enough context to the next agent so they can continue with the implementation. Oh, okay. So I'm going to write this handoff document. I'm going to clear the session, and then I'm going to have another instance of codex pick up where I left off. Clear. Okay, do not struggle with wit. I'm just going to have codex not even fucking use wit. Well, maybe it worked. Okay, it's working. Alright. The abort is coming from an uncaught runtime error. When the scope buffer is absent or malfunction, the GUI already has retry logic for invalid readers. I'm going to make 2 scope changes, clear Sonic Pi's POSIX shared memory files before launch, and make the GUI's audio scope connector tolerant of a missing or stale segment. Is he actually... he's actually changing the project's code from the repo. That's fine, I guess. Whatever. I'm glad I downloaded the project, though, instead of just downloading the binaries, because he might not have found the issue if I didn't have the source code. Yeah. Yeah, AI is great for fixing bugs and adding features to open source projects that already exist. Uh, People are not crazy about you submitting pull requests with AI, or I don't think there's an issue with using AI. Um, you know, with your code when you want to make a pull request. I think maybe there's actually like AIs independently making pull requests. Like there might be like some kind of security bot that's scanning repos, and then they're trying to automatically create pull requests without even a human even being in the loop. I think that's happening, and I think that might be the biggest issue. All right, he made the handoff. Okay, cool. Let's see. I don't clear read handoff. What do we name that file? Fuck. I always try to. Oh wait, you can type exclamation mark and then run commands inside, so you don't have to. I always forget that, and it wastes so much time. Okay, so I can say HUD inventory handoff. Continue with the implementation. Now we got a fresh session. We don't have to worry about. Okay, yes, kill it. What was this guy? Oh, he's writing songs. I got deepseek over here writing music while the others are writing the code. So this is really cool though. This is your music sequencer. You specify your little sounds that you're going to use. So it's got like a synthesizer, right? It's got this is where I think this is the notes. Okay, I don't know what the second parameter is, but like C4. That's what would be? I know that would be like a C, but I don't know what the 4 means. C4. I don't know too much about music. I know you got like major and minor and different types of. I don't think these are chords though. I don't know. Cool. I bet maybe there was something wrong with that code that I was running in Sonic Pi that was crashing it, but we'll find out. So yeah, this is going to be AI generated music, but it's generating it from code. So it's not sitting there thinking about like Celine Dion song. You know what I mean? I don't know what it's thinking, but I'm pretty sure it's not that. Since it's doing it in terms of code, I think it's probably got a whole different process. Like you may be able to say like write it like make it sound like this musician. I don't know. That could be something interesting to try. Not saying that I want to copy anybody's shit, but you could definitely say write it in this style, and it's gonna try it, and then you can just see for yourself if it's any good or not. All right. The learning towel process is gone, and the launcher cleanup now. Okay, cool. Looks good, buddy. It started. Sonic Pi. There's Sonic Pi right there. Alright, are you gonna run? No crash. Yeah, okay. Oh, he set a 20-second timeout. That's why it didn't crash, it timed out. That's good though. So it's going to look at the logs, I guess, to see if there was an error. Maybe. Codex is chugging away. 20-second test reached full boot instead of aborting. The remaining issue is that the scope shared memory connection is still failing repeatedly. But now it is non-fatal. I'm checking whether the bounded test left... Alright, I'm just going to try to run it and play a different tune, maybe. I hope this doesn't confuse it by writing anything to the logs. Okay, so I'm going to go to the sample stuff and then add that here just to see if it's things broke or if I'm broke. So, okay, so play 70. Okay. Now, adding effects in practice. Here we go. Run it. I don't hear anything. Play 60, release, sleep. Reverb. I don't know if that just means turn reverb on or what. Let's try this. You are not letting me use Control A. That is not nice. Buddy, I don't hear nothing. Okay. Acid base. Let's try this. I just don't know. I think it has to run a loop or something. Syntax error. Oh, it's this shit. Maybe. Okay, whatever. I'm gonna load up one of them songs that I'm gonna see what serious is. What deepseek thinks a serious song is, and hopefully it plays. Line 107. I don't hear anything, buddy. Why not playing? I don't know. Let's see here. Live, run, stop. Okay, whatever. I'm gonna exit it. Maybe I need to restart it. Okay, well, it's done with the game. Let me start the game up again. Start the demo. See if it's got the HUD yet. And alright, start. No HUD yet. What is going on? Why do you not have a HUD, buddy? Okay, let me, what's left till the HUD is finished? The HUD is not finished. Okay, that's why it's not showing up. Backend inventory container mode is mostly in place with the actual player facing HUD UI. Okay. Remaining work. Render HUD, focus modes, input mapping, HUD selection state, container presentation, nearby item presentation, inventory. Okay. Let's continue with the implementation. I don't know what I'm doing. I just want Sonic Pi to work. It's not giving me an error. Safe audio mode. What happens if I make it not safe? Blow my ears out. Oh, let me read this. try to play this. It could be the code. Yeah, it works. It's that fucking code it wrote that sucks. Okay. Cool. Let's see here. Oh, probably because I was using Flash. Let's go to Pro. Alright, we'll have deepseek fix this shit, but you can see it works. So like, you make a song here, you can just export it. You can save. You definitely can. I'm not sure which button it is, but you can save it, and then you can use that in your game. Royalty free, no attribution required. It's basically yours. I don't know if you have to give attribution to Sonic Pi or not. I mean, might as well. Okay, picked up fixed crash path. I don't even know what this guy was doing. It's working now, so I'm gonna close this session for now. Alright, he's getting it fixed. We're gonna have that music in no time. Get my demo back up here. Oh, it's not gonna run because he's making edits to the code. And I try to compile it while he's editing. Hopefully I didn't screw anything up. Oh boy. I think it was just making up like shit in the code with the sounds and stuff like that. Didn't actually know what it was doing. That's fine. But I'm gonna mess around with this for sure. I think it would be really fun to make music like this without the AI, just using this Ruby. How to practice live coding. Okay, what is this anyways? Why is this in a tutorial? I was looking to see if there's like any cool samples. What's this do? Cool. So I could make the game sound effects too with that. It would be cool to have that integrated into the game's engine, maybe the asset engine. So inside of your game, you can just have it do the music itself. So you don't have to export the audio files and play them in the game. You could just stream the music or the code to it. That's a big project though, getting that. However, you could come up, it might be easier to write like a simple implementation of that just from scratch. Alright, left for complete, better pixel, okay. I'm gonna say update the handoff doc. Another agent can pick this up. A heads up, less than 25% of your 5-hour limit. That's not that bad. I'm gonna be here forever. What are you doing? Oh, so he must be removing all the work that he's already done and then adding what's remaining. I hope. Hurry up and write this music. I'm ready to see what it sounds like. This stream, no music this time. I got a copyright thing when I posted the video on YouTube. It's not cool with Russia and Belarus to play whatever music I was playing. It was from a playlist that was supposed to be safe. Like it was like a bunch of old-timey music and stuff. And then there was a section that was like short clips of certain songs, like popular songs, but I think if they're really short, you can play them. But it was just playing in the background. I think Twitch just automatically just mutes that stuff, but I think it's the same thing because it's flagged in Russia and Belarus. So, sorry if you're in Russia and Belarus. You won't get to see that video, but you'll get to see this one. Now reflects, continues, okay. Cool. The file is still in tracked, I don't care. I didn't need to do that. I could have just hit clear. Let me keep it 5.5. Yeah, we'll keep it with 5.5. Sure. Okay. Read, what was that file name? HUD inventory handoff. And continue the implementation. Handoff docs are awesome. Anytime you get start some work and you don't finish, if you know that you're gonna maybe run into your session limit, have it write a handoff doc so that when you continue or you want to pick up with a different agent, it knows exactly what to do. It doesn't have to scan the entire code base or anything like that. So like you can see here, it's reading the exact files that it needs to read, and because we're writing everything to be really modular and solid, it doesn't have to overload its context with a bunch of bullshit. If you didn't do that, it would have to grep like the entire code base, and even if it's data that it doesn't need, I'm pretty sure it still consumes the context. So this helps limit that. Keep any file really should just do one thing, have one responsibility. I mean, generally keeps everything small. All right, are you done with the music? Okay, so DeepSeek's done with this music. Now we can, let's see what's sad. This is DeepSeek's rendition of Sad. See if it plays. Oh, come on, buddy. Cues. What does this mean? Why are you not doing it? Clear logs on runs. Why not running, buddy? This doesn't tell me shit. And what's really annoying about the log, I can't copy it from here. So maybe it gets put in a system log. I'm going to try a different file though. Explore. And not letting me... Okay, here we go. No. God damn you. Okay. I'm going to say... That's been like a fucking hour, 45 minute long ordeal getting Sonic Pi working. But it's crucial for music. Gotta have music in the game. I might also use it for the video if it doesn't suck too bad. At least something, so there can be some kind of background noise. Something that's not just dogs barking and flies buzzing. My dog has been pretty good though. Usually he's howling and barking constantly. Anytime somebody's outside or whatever, he just sits on the front porch and just howls, and it echoes so loud. So I can't have him out in the morning when I'm getting, or I can't have him out when my little one's sleeping or when my wife's sleeping. I gotta put his ass in the house. He's a good boy though. All right. Oh, so it was using an invalid syntax. That's why. Man, it would have been cool if he caught that a long time ago. Huh. That would have saved me about 30 minutes. Alright, we're in here. Feature suit found 1. Expected snapshot style assertion. The HUD now formats healing potion. Okay. I'm updating that test. I don't know anything about how it's deciding what to render. So like I have a goblin and it's green. I'm going to look at the entity files. So see if I can find that bad boy. Where do you put your dudes? I know it stores them as JSON. Surely it's not just storing everything in this entities thing. I don't think so. Target, third party, tools. Where are you putting it, buddy? I don't know. I know it did have like for the wizard, it had its own JSON file. I assume the items were going to be the same way. I don't know. We'll find out. What I think would be cool is to have an editor, like, so I want to have an asset. Hold on a second. Let me see what happened. What stopped? The hot reload library build passes. Okay. Implemented the next HUD completion slice. I don't think it's done, but I'm going to go ahead and run it just to see if it's actually done. I don't need you. I need my other terminal that's gone. Alright, here we go. I want to see a HUD. But yeah, just a tip when you're using large language models and you're building a game and you want an interface and you don't really know how to describe how you want it to look or whatever, you can give it HTML, CSS, and it will translate it to whatever. And it works very good. You could go to what is it called? I mean, ChatGPT. You can say, make me in HTML, make me a cool looking HUD, whatever, and then say make this element in my game look like this, you know, and it will do it. And just see what you get. Oh, cool, we got a HUD. Look at that. Does it scale? No, but we'll fix that. Cool, so we got the HUD. Let me see if the item thing works. Item, I don't remember the drop command, but it's letting me browse the items. That is cool. So it's just telling me turns in the log. That's fine too. Yeah, this is great. It's not looking like super snazzy right now, but it's good enough. It's what we told it to do, and that's really good. Let me see. Let me find out if it has anything left. I know it's not. It's just showing my turn. I want it to show who's taking the turn. So player does this, player does that, and also the enemies, so that I can just check and make sure that, you know. Oh wait, it did something. It said something. Approaching rate limit. Keep the current model. I don't care. If I want to keep going, I guess I'm down to deepseek, just deepseek, but that's fine. Well, actually, I haven't really put deepseek up to the test so much. I've been kind of giving it some light work, but it can see if it can do some heavy lifting, and I don't have to have anyone go fix it. Okay, so music might work now. That'd be pretty cool. Now let's see what you're gonna do with Sirius. Sonic Pi is not running. I gotta start it. Where are you? Music thing. Oh, Sonic Pi is running. I'm dumb. Alright. Paste. Run. Oh, yeah. Okay. This is what DeepSeek thinks is serious music. Now the little synth lead, kind of annoying. There we go. That's actually okay. If it was like piano keys, maybe. Let me see if I can change that real quick. What would that be called? Let me look in the synths. Alright, we got different. Let me see if there's a piano. Yeah, we got a piano. I'm gonna make this guy bigger. Show me a sample, buddy. Use synth piano. Let me see. Use synth FM. I'm gonna change this to piano. Stop. Run. No, that was not the right one. Bass, strings. Maybe it's D-sol. I need to learn about this stuff. What did I just do? You're not letting me undo? Okay, buddy. I wonder if it fixed my barbecue sauce commercial jingle. So one good reason to download, like if you're using an open source tool, another good reason to download the repo. So like I can paste just fine, and that's great, but I can't control A. And I don't know, maybe it's following like some rules like the Ruby REPL. I don't know if this is actually like an implementation of the REPL or not, but I can't control A. I can control V though. So okay, that didn't work. I'm gonna tell it to fix my barbecue sauce commercial music, and then we're gonna see what DeepSeek thinks the barbecue sauce commercial sounds like. Regen effects, because the item model already has the effect definitions and it's smaller risk. What? Regen effects. Apply equipped regen HP deterministically and emit entity healed. I'm gonna say let's do it and then write a test where you spawn all the items we need to verify our system's working correctly. So it's going to test it. After it writes the test, then it's going to know actually how to implement it into how to update our current map. So we'll have it add some chests, some items. I'm pretty sure the enemies already have loot. And also I need to have it fix the combat log so that it says more than just movement. But that's all anybody's doing, so let me see. Do I have the game running right now? Oh yeah, it is running. Okay. Yeah, it's just telling you what turn you're on. Oh, it said something. Every once in a while it says another message, but I skipped it. I don't know what it said. Oh, it's when I get near something is in the way. I think that's what it's saying. It's getting cut off. So I need to have the text wrap. But one thing I need to do is make it scalable with the window. So I need to add scaling. I'm not sure exactly if I need to scale it or just make shit bigger. I need to make a... I don't know. I don't know how I'm going to do support the different resolutions. Because yeah, you could say if this is the resolution, then make this font this size. You could do that. But it might be easier just to scale it. But would it lose any of the visual fidelity if you're scaling it? I don't know. I will ask the AI and see if it knows. Alright, now I'm going to play my barbecue sauce jingle. Deepseek's barbecue sauce jingle. Got to give him credit. Let's see if it sucks. See if it even works. It does not work. Okay. Now let me do the same for Sonic Pie Scary since it almost has the same issue. Still does not play. Yeah. So like all the simulator games, farming simulator, ranching simulator, they play this like country-ish type music. It sounds like it belongs in a barbecue sauce commercial. And just try to notice that. And I think it's silly. I don't know if they're trying to target a certain demographic or not. I mean, I get farming simulator playing that kind of music. But farming simulator has some a lot of different channels. It's kind of funny. There's one song on there. It's like Link in the Chain or something. And my son used to play farming simulator a lot when he was really little, and he just freaking loved that song. But what he did, he spent all his time. This is farming simulator 2018, I think. But he would get all the vehicles and line them up on the train track in the town and just wait for the train to come. And it would just plow through all the vehicles and just he loved doing that. But I kind of did something when I was a kid. I just got the PlayStation, and the PlayStation would come with this demo disc, and it was like this Formula One type racing game. But you were limited to how long, one race or whatever. But I figured out if you drove the track in reverse, you could just keep driving forever. And you could crash and like make some really cool crashes happen. That was a lot of fun. Like this demo disc had Metal Gear Solid, Intelligent Cube, I think it was. Freedom Fighters. I played that demo so much. My freaking parents, my mom and my stepdad, they got me the PlayStation, but they didn't get me any cool games. They got me fucking Hercules, like the Disney movie Hercules game. Region effects and headed broad item system test. Okay, I guess I'll rerun it and see how it looks. He did run the test though, so. What? Where'd you go to? Here we go. Okay. I'm gonna start the game again. I know that this demo script, it recompiles it every time, but that's fine. I don't care. I can wait a couple seconds. Alright. I can't really tell if anything's differently, but did I tell it to run the test with the items? What's changed? Default test pass with the new regen behavior. What did I tell it to do last? Let me look. I wonder if I can push up to see what I told it. Let's do it. Write test where you spawn all the items. I'm gonna ask it if it did write that test because I didn't see it. It probably did. You've hit your usage limit. You mother. That's fine. Got deepseek. I'm gonna. After this? Actually, I'm gonna go ahead and make a commit because I know it's in a working state right now. So yeah, we got a bunch of shit. Okay. What am I going to call this? I'll just call it checkpoint. Whatever. Oh, it must have already committed those. Yeah. Okay, whatever. Okay. So now I'm going to put deepseek to the test. Open code. Models. Read the handoff doc to get up to speed. Some of the work is finished. My session with the other agent was cut short. This is where we left off, and then I'm going to show it part of that transcript, and hopefully it's going to figure out what I want to do, and it's going to do it, and it's going to be awesome. Alright, rewrote music with cleaner patterns. Alright, let's see here. Music. Control A, Control C. Now, Sonic Pi. So definitely one thing I'm going to do is add keyboard shortcuts for this little editor that they build into Sonic Pi. Okay, I don't hear any music, whatever. Okay, I guess the barbecue sauce thing is just not going to work. Let's see what it thinks death music sounds like. There we go. And what is this? That's fine. Yeah, that's okay. Okay, so that's working now. That's good. I like it. Let's do some. Let's see what it thinks. Hold on. I'm gonna say. What did I name the Sonic Pi? Update. References. I'm gonna have it update the document, and then I'm gonna have okay, wait, no, test are all player only. Here's what exists and what doesn't. Okay, and then want me to implement NPC looting and the end-to-end test. Make it so. Okay, so after when these tests are passing, I'm gonna have it update our map, our demo map. Have it make it bigger, have it add rooms, more enemies, and spawn some chests so we can test it out manually. And also I gotta have it fix the combat log so that all of the events are logged. Think about it. Let me now design the implementation. For each alive monster, evaluate need queue. Check HP is less than max HP and has healing potion. Use it. Same with MP. Check equipment for upgrades available in inventory. Scan FOV for desirable items. Pick the best target to move towards or interact with. If on same tile as target, pick up plus use equip. Else, move one step towards target via simple XYD deltas. NPC generic method. I need to make the pickup, use, equip, drop methods work generically for any entity, player, or monster. The current player-specific methods can be refactored to take an entity type. Actually, looking at this more carefully, I think the cleanest approach is add NPC-specific helper methods. NPC has line of sight, NPC pickup item. Okay. Replace. I don't know. Let me interrupt you, buddy. So I think what if we want the player to no, okay. I was gonna say, what if we want the player to play autonomously, but we don't even have that set up for the NPC AI. They just wander around right now. So continue. I'm just gonna tell it to continue, and it'll pick up where it left off. So I might be able to use machine learning to tune the AI behavior. So what I could do would be like, okay, I want an AI behavior that gives the player like a 80% probability of winning the game or whatever, and tune one to that, and then tune one to be harder, so there's like a 20% probability of the player, something like that. So I can have the AI, I can have the machine learning algorithm basically create the behavior of the NPCs based on how difficult I want it to be. Maybe. I'm just gonna have to experiment with it because I haven't done any of that before. Let's see how our music's going. See, DeepSeek works different. So like, you make like a little deposit on the DeepSeek platform, so you can put in like $10, and that's how your usage works. It's not a subscription. So, I don't know if this is like this actual current session, but I've used like 58% of my funds, and then when that runs out, you're done. You got to top it off, but it's cheap. I'm not sure exactly how the costs are with V4, but with V3, it was dirt cheap. Like $10 would last you weeks for sure. All right. Now the authoritative synth and chord list from the 4.60 source. Key findings, hollow is a valid synth. Okay. So let's write in this doc, and then I'm going to have it write another song. And it's only at 15% of its context, so I don't need to start a new session. I think it's fine. Plus, hopefully this iteration is aware of its mistakes it's made, maybe, so it might not repeat them. Okay. Oh, I don't like when it says this is getting quite involved. Let me simplify the upgrade check to just compare total effect sum. Actually, even simpler, compare the total numeric value of all effect amounts. An item with higher total effect amount is better. Okay, I guess that's fine. One thing DeepSeek did do before, I don't know if V4 does it, but V3 did this all the time. It'd be like, oh, look at the time. We better make this quick. And then it would just come up with like the most janky, shitty shortcut it could think of. And that was really annoying. But yeah, it's the only... None of the others did this. Like, oh, where's the time gone? I think we need to hurry this along. I don't know why DeepSeek was doing that before. And I'm hoping it doesn't still do that. Okay, cool. Now I'm going to say, now, create me a cool dubstep song. Make it about 1.3 minutes long. Okay, we're gonna see what DeepSeek thinks dubstep sounds like. Okay. Now I'll implement NBC looting first. Replace. Claude, as far as like system issues go with your operating system, Claude is really good. Maybe better than DeepSeek. But also Claude is really good for configuration stuff too. And in games, like Steam games, let's say, okay, so like the NVIDIA app on your computer, if you have an NVIDIA, it will let you optimize the game settings. But not all games. It doesn't work for all games. But with DeepSeek, or not DeepSeek, but Claude, let's say you want to optimize your game settings so it has like the best graphics or whatever. You open Claude in the folder of the game. So like if it's a Steam game, go to where it is in Steam. And then you say, scan my hardware and optimize this game for my system. And it does it. And in my experience, it's got like a 90% success rate. Like, it's really good. And I've used that with all kinds of games to make them look good. I've used it with games that I'm trying to run in Linux, but they have issues in Proton. It's really good at debugging those issues. Like, I did have an issue where Steam was trying to compile Vulkan shaders on my APU, and my APU was running out of VRAM, and it would just crash. My system would just completely shut off. And I kind of had to fix that. Eventually, I went into the BIOS and disabled the onboard GPU, but it's really good, though. That's what I'm trying to say. All right. So we had a compile error. That's fine. It's going to fix the what is it? It's going to fix that compile error, and then I think it's going to be ready for the loot test. Once the loot test is done, we update the demo map, and then we see if we can run around and loot, and if the enemies are also looting. It's gonna be sweet. Alright, it's done. It made the dubstep song. Let's see if this is any good. Do I gotta run it again? It's not even running right now. Give me my terminal back. Okay, shutdown initiated. So it's got drums, wobble, sub, delete, paste. Here we go. I kind of like it. Alright, that's fine. I mean, it's okay. I'm gonna see if we can write the Doom theme song. The one that sounds like that Iron Maiden song, Painkiller. That'd be crazy if it nails it. I don't know though. All 5 new NPC tests are failing. Cool. It's so good at testing though. Like a year ago, it would just fucking change the test to just pass after maybe it didn't work the first time or whatever. So you definitely couldn't do like test-driven development at all. Not unless like you were super highly involved. Alright, let's see what it says. At Doomsgate is the name of the song. The original is by Bobby Prince, and it's basically a metal track written in MIDI. So I think it's maybe just gonna transcribe it. I should be okay to play it though. I don't think it's gonna sound exactly the same, so it might not get copyright flagged. I don't know. I'll mute it. I'll mute the audio when I play it for myself. And if it's too similar, I'm not going to play it. But I'll let you know how close it got. Alright. And DeepSeek is almost done with the test for the inventory looting. And looting corpses. Alright, the iconic riff in 4-bar chunks. I wonder if it's gonna do the little solo, the little wheedly do parts. That's my favorite. I hate when it says let me just simplify this. That means okay, we're not gonna do great. We'll see. Alright, it's done. Let me see if I can find it. Doom. Alright, I'm gonna have to mute this just for a second. Mute the everything, I guess. Okay, not even close, but it's a thing, so here it goes. I don't hate it. I think it's alright. I mean, yeah, if you spend 30 minutes learning to do that, you could probably make something better, but it's not Doom, but it's something. So I think this is you want to make music, you don't have to go buy a bunch of crap, a bunch of electronic gizmos. You can just use software to make the music, and I think that's pretty cool. I need to delete lines, blah blah blah. Okay, hurry up, buddy. We don't have all day. So we're gonna get this once these tests are passing. I'm gonna have it update the level with the I'm not gonna tell it to add rooms, because I don't know if that's gonna be too complex and make it take longer. I know it can do it, but I'm gonna have it make the map bigger. Shoot, and you know what? I'll just have it make rooms. I'll have it make rooms, more monsters, and loot. And then I'll run the game and play the game and see if we can run around and pick shit up. Nothing's going to be killing anything yet. I guess that's going to be the next priority is combat. And let's see, after that, I got to get the asset pipeline completed. What I really want to do is create like a separate asset management tool with a user interface and everything to let you browse your assets and preview them and whatnot. I think that it's going to be really useful to have everything just in one place. So like, let's say in your asset manager, you want to work on, okay, this is something I really want to do. So like for placeholder assets, like things that need a sprite, your manager will tell you like, hey, this is missing an asset, and then you click a little dilly and then it opens up a sprite, and then you can write the asset. It'll open it up with the correct file name, so you just edit the asset, create it, save it, and it's ready to go. But and then I got to figure out the scaling. We're gonna want like full screen mode, all of that crap. Make it look good and cool. All right, thinking there's an extra. Come on, dude, you're not having trouble with the syntax, are you? Pfft. Hey, I wonder if Claude's actually back in the game now. Let me see. Claude. Well, oh, usage. Current session 100% used, resets at 320. Oh fuck. What was codex? Not usage. Why don't you guys just agree on the freaking commands, man? Status. 5-hour limit, 0% left, resets at 13, so that's 1 o'clock. Oh, that's pretty soon. That's 13 minutes, right? Okay. We'll see what happens first. We'll see if DeepSeek can complete this task before Claude is back in. Not Claude, Codex. I should create some kind of manager. Well, there's no way to... I don't know. It'd be cool if the AIs could report to some file or something when their sessions are up. But I'm not doing that. I guess that's dumb. Alright. It's about done though. It's writing the code. Run it. They failed. 71 out of 72 tests passed now. Test fails because the NPC orc or on the same tile as corpse 67 picks up the item and uses it in the same turn, which empties the corpse. The issue is that the orc is on the same tile as the dying goblin. That's fine. It's gonna fix it. Fix the test. So I don't have to write a new handoff document. I can just delete the old one so they don't read it and get confused. But what I can do is tell the next agent to read the tests, and then that will give it the clues it needs to actually add it to the map, the demo map. That's another tests have a dual usage. You know, they test your shit, make sure it works, but they're also documentation. So if you're testing all your shit, you just have to point your agents at the test. And it's also a good idea to find out what the coverage is. I'm using Rust, and I think the tools probably have like a test coverage thing built in, which you could just ask the AI, like, what is my test coverage, and it'll tell you. And it doesn't hurt to go for 100%. You know, might be overkill though. As far as I know, for everything that any of the agents have been doing, they've written tests for, except for the music thing, but that doesn't matter. Come on, buddy. Yeah, it's having an issue with like these. They can't really do spatial reasoning so well. So it's just making sure that the orc isn't on the same tile as the corpse, so that it can test that the orc can go loot the item off of the corpse. Now I don't know if I should have it to where the orc automatically knows there's a potion on the corpse or not. I don't know if it should have to go check it out. Probably, but I can do that later. All right. Test run. Okay. Format needs to be applied, and there are 2 Clippy issues. I think Clippy's the linter. I'm not sure. I should find out. Now checks the collapsible if. Wait, the line number changed after cargo format. Let me find the NPC version. Let me read the context. Okay, fine. It's almost done. All clean. Let me run the render test and release builds. These tests run so fast. And it used wit to release the issue. Very cool. Now it's done. Oh, it's going to update the handoff anyway. That's fine. That'll be useful. So I'll have I'll clear this session, have the other one read the test and the handoff, and then I'll have it update the demo level so we can see chest and items, see if looting is working, see if NPCs are picking up items. So clear, no, it's new. In open code, it's new. So read, what's the handoff? Inventory handoff. And the new test for the inventory and HUD system. Then update our demo map so that it is about 5x larger, has rooms and corridors, placed items around the map, and let's create some new monsters, spawn them around the map, make sure that the player spawns in a room far away from enemies. Alright. So it's gonna redo our demo map, which is, let me launch that real quick. Not you. Who? What? Demo. So, before and after. I don't know how long it's going to take to do the new map. I don't think it's going to take very long. It already has everything it needs. It's probably going to suck, maybe. We'll see. But, okay, so this is the game now. we're in a little room with a warlock and a goblin running around. We got our HUD. There's no items yet, except you can see that I have a weapon. I have a dagger, and I have a potion. Let me see if I can actually. Maybe I can use the potion. I don't think so, because I don't have. I don't remember. Maybe it won't let me use it because I don't have any health missing. Now, how do I go back? Okay, so you use I to go into your inventory and then I to back out. So we got nearby items and containers. I don't know if that's good or not. Maybe. I don't know if containers should be inside of the nearby items or not. I'm thinking probably. But this is definitely getting somewhere. I'm level 1. Got a dagger. Keeping track of the turns. Without the log actually working right yet, I don't know if the NPCs are actually taking turns like they're supposed to. I bet they are, but I'll just tell it to write a test to confirm that before I have it update the log code here to say what everybody is doing on each turn. We want to know every turn they take what they do. So like if on their turn they attack me, it's going to tell me what they did and how much damage I took. It's going to tell me who did it to me. If they use a potion, it's going to tell me that. It's going to be cool. All right. So it's still thinking. Let me try some of the other music out that it made. Scary, serious, happy, explore, death. I don't know if I did happy yet. Let's see how happy sounds. God. Like, why can I not? Maybe it's because of the Windows system. I think I'm using Wayland or something. Maybe that's the issue. All right, here we go. Huh. Not bad. Let's see if I can slow it down though. It's definitely way too fast used. Let's use 60 beats, 62 beats per minute. I don't know about that part, but that's crazy. It's actually created a melody. Not bad. Not bad. Saves you. You can just tell it, write me 20 songs. You don't have to go look for wave files that you can use in your project. So it's fast. And then let's say your game's pretty cool. You want to release it. Well, spend a little bit of money. Buy some real music. Buy some real artwork if you want to do that. And then see if anybody plays it. Alright, let me see here. Imp. Weak flying enemy. Why are you even saying it's flying? We don't have flying. Slow but tough. Okay, well you're only moving one tile at a time, so whatever. As long as he doesn't have to refactor anything to add this extra shit in, that's fine. Now I have a complete understanding. Map.rs. Add a demo dungeon function that takes a mute seed RNG and generates a room and corridor map. Use the mapgen substream. Alright. Entities. I think it is just adding the monsters to this entities file. Where is that? What do we have now? We have warlock, so let's see how warlock is defined. Okay. Match entity type. Yeah. yeah, this needs to be refactored, and we need to create templates for the entities. Maybe with types, so that we can reuse some things. So like if we want to make a variation of an orc or a warlock with different spell sets or whatever, we can do that without having to rewrite everything. We definitely want to do that. But yeah, and also this file is pretty big. It's a lot of lines. So, and one thing that's going to be cool is so like let's say we'll have the asset manager, and we've got some entities that we've written, but we don't have artwork for it. Our asset manager will tell us what assets we still need, what sound effects we need, and it will enforce these by rules. So like this guy needs a damage, taking damage sound effect. We need a an attack sound effect. We need a miss sound effect, and it'll tell you which assets you're going to have to create. And then inside of the manager, you'll click on it. It'll open up a sprite or whatever and let you make it. And you'll save it, and it'll be ready to go. And for maps, I'm gonna make it where there's gonna be procedural map generation, random maps, and that kind of thing. But you're also gonna be able to make custom maps using Tiled, which Tiled is a really good map level editor. It's a tile-based editor. So for games like I don't know, think kind of like RPG Maker, except without any of the gameplay stuff. It's just about the map. So you can have layers and objects and stuff like that. And what's cool is you can, inside of Tile, you can define like custom fields that'll be exported like as JSON or whatever you want. So let's say you may be able to just create monsters and stuff just completely from inside of Tiled, and not have to go back and edit any of the code or anything like that. So I don't know. And like I said, you can extend it. We have the source code here, and we can have our agents make changes to Tiled to do what we want it to do. And the same thing goes with Asprite too. So that's what's cool about this open source software. You can just download it and do whatever you want with it. And it's pretty neat. Alright. So he's gonna implement the room generation algorithm. So it should be deterministic, so it'll give you like a seed. And I'm gonna tell it to test that too. So like given a specific seed, confirm that we get the same room every time. Alright. I'm thirsty. And so yeah, after this is done, and then we get the demo going with the loot and the new map and all that stuff, I'm going to call it for this video. And then tomorrow, maybe tonight, at nighttime, like after 10 o'clock when the kids are in bed, I'm gonna work on it some more. And I don't know, maybe I could learn Rust and work on this myself. But the whole point is to demonstrate vibe coding, and I don't want people to think they have to learn programming to do this, because I haven't typed in a single line. Well, the only thing I've changed was in the music. I've changed like the instruments or whatever, or the beats per minute. I haven't touched a single line of code. I've hardly read any of the code. I don't know how any of this shit works at all, but it does work. And I mean, the proof is going to be in the demo that it works. So for all them haters out there saying, AI can't do programming, sure. Well, then why do I have this game that I made with it? or they're like it's just copying other people's work. Well, it might. So it's trained on all of the code that it can get on the internet. Sure. So like something right here, like this enum that's defined here. Yeah, this might be somewhere out there, right? But it can combine this with other things like it can compose new functions and classes and stuff like that from these small pieces, and those things are novel and they may not already exist. So it gets the little pieces and it puts them together into something that works. So I mean, shit, let's just think, if you've done any programming, you know, think of how many times you've spent an entire day trying to solve a bug, you know. I mean, that kind of shit happens all the time. And yeah, AI makes bugs too, but so far it hasn't created a bug that it's taken all day to fix. At least not a bug that has any kind of serious impact on the game. So I don't know. Sometimes I wonder, you know, a lot of these people who I get it, like if you're a fucking genius, you know, and you know what I mean, you're just a whiz, you know, sure, but maybe don't knock it till you try it. Like, I know there's some of these programmers that you see on YouTube, they're like, oh, I'll never use AI or whatever, but then there are some of them like George Hotz, like he has some videos on there where he's writing stuff with AI, and I don't know his views on it or his involvement with it financially, but he doesn't seem like he's just shitting all over it. He seems like he's embracing it, and he seems like a really smart guy, you know. Let's see. But I mean, the point is, anybody can do this shit, as long as you can ask questions and are curious. You know, because yeah, you might not know what to ask it to make it, but you can ask it to think of questions that you would ask it. So like you could say, if I was going to ask questions about this, what would I ask? You know, like let it help you, and you're gonna learn. You know, I'm not just sitting here like fucking, you know, zoned out letting it do it. I'm involved with it. You know what I mean? I'm learning about the game systems and how it works. So I am learning, you know, the top level, you know, like the abstract layer of the whole thing. I don't know much about the code or how it works, but I don't need to. So if you wanted to make a game using AI, and you don't care about performance, you know, like I like Rust, but you might not want to set up Rust. Go with Python, or better yet, go with JavaScript, HTML JavaScript, and have a game that runs in your browser. And like, let's say if you wanted to make a game and actually put it out there, publish it, you can still do that with HTML, JavaScript, Python. You can totally do it. You can use something like Electron, which will bundle your game into like a desktop application. You know, there's games that do stuff like this already that are really like Cookie Clicker. It's a web game, and then when you play Cookie Clicker on Steam, you know, it's just running in kind of like its own type of browser sort of thing. There's a lot of games like that. All right, how close are you to being done, buddy? That's funny how off the mark it was with the Doom song, but it seemed so certain about what it was doing. Like, see here, it has all the notes, the iconic riff in 4 bar chunks. Like, wasn't even close. I want to see if we can do the solo. Let's see. I'm going to tell it to find a guitar tab for the solo parts of this song and transpose that to our Sonic Pi code. Save it as a solo.rb. We'll see. So it's going to go. It's horrible at writing guitar tabs. So there's, an experiment. It's probably going to fail, but we'll see what it does. Status code, web fetch. Okay, he got blocked. Oh yeah, it's not gonna let a bot look ultimate guitar. No way. You can. I've written a web scraper for ultimate guitar. But you have to be careful, so you don't get blocked or anything like that. Yeah, you're not gonna find a tab, dude. Okay, we'll just from my memory of the MIDI. Oh, really, you're gonna do it from the memory of the MIDI transcript? Okay. He's gonna find the MIDI, and then he's gonna transpose the MIDI. So, and I know the song can be represented in MIDI. I think that originally, like in the game, it's probably playing from a MIDI. So we'll see what it does. What are you doing, buddy? So yeah, I'm thinking, I don't know if I'll use Sonic Pi for sound effects or not, but I definitely want procedural sound effects built into the engine or to the renderer. I think that will be really cool. With little knobs and gizmos where you can tweak it, so like you've got explosions and spells casting, you'll be able to customize how they sound and all of that stuff. That'll be pretty neat. Alright. This should work. Let me check. Maybe the demo placed a healing potion. Okay. Let me trace through more carefully. But wait, maybe the demos find walkable near play with a different type. Exclamation mark. It might pick up the ground item before the player does. Okay, yeah, that's true. That's it. The demo spawns monsters, and one of them might be near 5-7 and pick up the item before the player, but wait, the demo monster spawns at map width times 3/4, which is about 37. They shouldn't be near, unless find walkable near for some monsters. Couldn't find a walkable position. That's probably what it was. And searched a larger radius. Looking at find walkable near, it searches up to radius 19. Okay. It's getting to the bottom of it. It's not stuck. Alright. Yeah, deepseek is good. Deepseek v4, really good. It's not the fastest, but it'll get you by. The course is clear. Test hardcode 5.7, but dungeon tiles vary. Let me add a test helper and systematically fix all failing tests. Hold on a second. Just checking. Dungeon generation should be completely deterministic. Given a seed, it should generate that same map every time. Just to let it know. The user open command.rs. What are you talking about? Yes, the dungeon generator user. Okay, cool. Okay. I already know that, fuckface. Let me do my job. Not this one, but I think, what was it? Codex, I think. it can be kind of condescending sometimes. Yeah, you know, if you ask it a stupid question. It's not rude though, but probably from training on people's email, Facebook employees' emails and their responses. Like, it doesn't ever tell you like RTFM though. That's what I like about it. Back in the day, fuck, dude, it was hard to get help. It was always like, Google it, you know, read the fucking manual, that kind of shit. And then you got Stack Overflow, and that kind of helped. But not much. I mean, yeah, it helped a lot, but if you had a dumb question, no. The internet, early days of the internet was not nice for dumb questions. But dumb questions are, you know, that's how you learn. You gotta ask the dumb questions, get all the dumb questions out of the way. Now fix, pick up, merge, stack, and preserve item ID. Alright. Oh shoot. I think codex is back up, so if deepseek's doing fine. I'm not gonna have to take it off and get codex in here, but I'm definitely gonna have Claude or codex review this commit for sure. Just see if it made any bugs or broke any of the rules, because we got specific rules. We got rules that the whole simulation has to be completely deterministic. That means given the same starting conditions from start to finish, it's going to end the same way every single time. And that's what we need to be able to train machine learning models on the game, so that they can play the game and they can help us build our NPC's behavior, so we can tweak it, the difficulty and all of that stuff. Alright, it's preparing an edit. If it fucks this up, I'm gonna stop it and have it write a handoff doc, and then I'm gonna pass it on to codex and have codex clean it up. I don't think it will though. I think it's gonna be fine. Oh man, shit. What time is it? I don't like 24-hour time format. Really don't. Yeah, don't make it easy to change. Okay, whatever. See, I'm a dumbass. I like easy stuff. That's why I like AI. It's so easy. I just wish that these models would get good enough to run on your computer. And yes, there's some of them you can run on your computer, but they have such limited context. But for like getting started, like before your project gets big, it's definitely usable. You know, like with open code, you could have open code use Olama or LM Studio, and you could run like deepseek R1, and you can get good results step by step. Like a tool like this, it's feeding in all different kinds of shit. You know, it's gonna have trouble. It's gonna have trouble with tools and stuff like that. But if you're just writing a simple program that does something, it's excellent. It works great. And I mean, really, it's all in how you use it too. You know, you could leverage it to where you could write a complete. It's just the dumber the AI is, the more involved you're gonna have to be. But as long as you keep the scope narrow enough, you know, we're just working on this one function. I think you can use it to your advantage for sure. I've done some weird, like when I was job hunting, there's all these different job sites. So if you're scraping job information, it's all going to be different. So you have to change your like with Selenium, which is like automates web browsing, so you can use it for web scraping. You have to change selectors for each different job board and all that stuff. But one thing I did was I used a local LLM so that I would fetch the job site. This has the description and all the details in it, and then I would pass it into the LLM, and then have it give me like it would use a schema for the information. So it would give me some JSON with all these predefined fields, and it would fill them in for me, and it would extract all the information from the HTML, all the code that you would see in your browser. Like if you went to view source, it would get all of that information out. Now sometimes you would have to clean it up because there'd be like a lot of markup in there that doesn't have anything to do with shit. But it did work. It wasn't super fast, but you just leave your job scraper running overnight, and then come in the morning, and then this is what I did. I would have it save all the jobs to a database, and basically what the skills were that were required, and I would be able to scrape all these jobs, and then search for jobs that wanted my skills. So I wasn't just applying to jobs that I had no shot at getting. And I did get one job with it. It just sucks. Like it's started my second year that I actually started getting work as a programmer. The economy just went to fucking shit, and then it hasn't really recovered. It's just getting worse, I think. Yeah, fix the NPC test, buddy. But what there's a silver lining to it all, Maybe people are getting laid off, and maybe companies are using AI as an excuse to lay people off. Like, oh well, sorry, we've replaced you with AI. We replaced you with robots, because they like to lay off people anyway. They don't. But now they have a reason. They're like, well, look, you guys are obsolete. And then everyone's like, yeah, I guess they're right, But with these AI tools, you can use these to make your own thing, and maybe make your own business, make your own products. You can definitely create products, There's a lot of risk involved, especially like if it's like a live service product or something that you're offering over the web, where security is an issue. You don't want to fuck around and get sued. But if you're doing something like making a game, there's no rules. You can make whatever you want. If it's a game, you can literally do anything, and nobody can say shit. You might not, depending on what your game is like, you might not be able to get it on Steam or whatever. But yeah, there's no rules. As far as like the marketing and everything, like if you actually want people to look at your game and buy it, I don't know anything about that. Good luck with that. But yeah, you get laid off. I mean, even before AI, you didn't have to go work for a big company. That's what's cool about software, is anyone can write software. So you can go write your own, QuickBooks or whatever the fuck, and make some money. A lot of people did it. I worked for a guy that he made this software for extrusion manufacturers. So it was like super niche software, but all these people that do extrusion manufacturing, where they like take a piece of material and they like smash it into a shape. He wrote this whole software suite in Java using NetBeans, the NetBeans GUI builder. And I worked for that guy, and oh my god, that was Java's tough. It's so much to read, and it's so verbose, but then when you have to use like the NetBeans GUI builder, that just adds a whole new layer of what the fuck to it. And then it's using like IBM DB2, and then what really made it tough was he didn't use Git, he used SVN. And SVN, it's like Git, but it's way older, and it's way more confusing. And it doesn't, if you've used Git, you would think SVN is going to do things like Git does, but it just doesn't. So yeah, it's definitely an option for your code, but not one I would take. All right. How are you doing, buddy? Man, okay. Well, this is what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna say, update our handoff doc so that another agent can pick up from where you are stopping. Alright, I'm going to update that doc and then put codex on it. And codex is going to whip it out quick. I'll have it done in the next 10 minutes. Because it's obvious he got stuck. He's just trying to get it. We already had everything in place. Should have been able to figure it out, but couldn't. He did his best though, and he got most of the work done, I think. So it's just a matter of cleaning up a couple things. And okay, so he's just getting enough context to give to the other agent, and it's gonna be great. And then our game is gonna kick ass. I don't know, I might keep the fractal, dude. Just like have the game run with like the fractal in the background. Just chilling. I did optimize it so that it doesn't run so it doesn't slug down your CPU. It was really bad at first, and now you can it's running pretty smooth. I don't know why it's all like staying over there on that one side, but whatever. Fractals are fucking cool. I like fractal screensavers. I should have it make me a fractal screensaver. Alright, it's updating handoff. Cool. Man, I'm about 4 hours in on this session. That's half a work day, yo. But, you know, what else am I gonna do with my free time? Go mow the lawn. See, people judge me if my lawn's not mowed, but you know what? It's good. It's good for the ecosystem. It's good for the bees, the soil. And when I finally do mow, that's just extra fertilizer for the plants that come next. Fucking yard's already riddled with stickers. It's kind of a nightmare. But I'm glad I don't live in town. If I lived in town, you know. One time, one of the neighbors' donkeys got loose, and they were in my yard, and my wife posted on Facebook like, "Hey, somebody's donkeys are out," and then some old bitch is like, "Good, maybe that'll clean up that yard." I was like, "Fuck, that wasn't nice." Just trying to tell somebody about their donkeys that are loose. It was cool though, because there was just like, I guess the big mama donkey and like two baby donkeys just sitting out in the front yard eating grass. All right. So he's done. Let's get codex on this. So I'm going to say read handoff. Oh wait, which handoff did he update? Shit. I don't know. Damn it. I should have been paying attention. I was talking. Hold on, I'm gonna have to reload that damn session. I think they keep the transcripts in a file. I don't know though. So you could just tell the other agent to tell the transcript. I need to find that out, because that would definitely smooth things out. Okay, what did we... Okay, demo map expansion handoff. Okay. Codex. I cannot talk and think at the same time. All right. This is going to be quick. Spawn some. Oh, I can still spawn warlocks. I'm the warlock master. Reproduce failures, match the handoff exactly. No new unknown failures. The safest fix is to make the affected unit test set up the specific state they assert, instead of depending on the expanded demo map being empty or nearby. Yeah, that's a good idea, I guess. Yeah, because if the demo map changes, the test is just going to break. So this keeps that test stable. Yeah, deepseek's got some catching up to do, I guess, but it's still good. I'd still definitely use it. It's definitely cheaper, I think. Oh, I was gonna see if it made that solo file. The Doom song solo. Did you do it, buddy? You tried. Alright. Here goes. This is what deepseek thinks the solo in the Doom song sounds like. Oh, come on, buddy. No. Absolutely no. Did I even copy the right thing? Why are there drums in it? It's just supposed to be the guitar solo. Alright. Yeah. Nope. It tried. Simulation test subset now passes. I'm running and formatting the full suite next. Cool. Cargo test is green now. Very good. I'm gonna stop the game so I can reload it after it's done. I'm gonna have to think about ranged weapons, bow and arrows, spells, throwing weapons, stuff like that. And then like mobility moves, teleporting, like you want somebody to lunge forward a couple squares, or area of effects skills. So all the spells and attacks, those will be their own assets. Those don't have to be hard coded into the game at all. So our asset manager will have like an attack thing. I definitely want to get the animation, like a animation preview thing set up in the asset manager as well. And so with the asset manager, you'll be able to customize your game basically. If you get this code, you get this game, you can draw your own shit, or share it, make your own theme. I'll probably make it to where you can theme the UI to some degree. Maybe not the layout, but definitely the fonts and colors and stuff like that. So you can make it look however you want. And then the game ships, you'll be able to select different themes and all that. I don't know. If I get some money, I might pay somebody to make me some artwork, some sprites. I think maybe if I draw enough of them myself, I might learn how to do it pretty decently. I've just never been good at drawing. I've had a lot of false starts where I'd try to learn to draw and then I just kind of give up. But I noticed something strange. Like, I'll start practicing and I don't feel like I've gotten any better. I'll practice for like a week and be like, fuck this. But then I wait a week and then I try to draw again. And it's like somehow it's my brain's, processed it and I've improved. I've noticed that, but still, it's hard for me to keep up. It's hard for me to stay motivated for long-term things. I do have a drawing tablet, and I like it for 3D sculpting. It's really good for that, but it just, to me, it doesn't feel, the hand-eye coordination for drawing is just not there. I prefer to use a mouse when I'm drawing and painting on Sprite or GIMP or whatever. But I don't know. And maybe for a lot of the assets, I might pre-render them in Blender. Make some 3D models or do something like that. But that'll be later. For now, I'm just gonna draw everything by hand, and it looks how it looks. All right, finish the demo. Let me see now. It's time to run this bad boy. You're gonna work. It's gonna be perfect. I know it. Oh, wait, you're not perfect. What? Maybe put it in a level. Let me see that before I ask the AI what the fuck's going on. Alright, level select, load. Level select is new, but it didn't actually select a level. Okay. When I press start in the demo, I don't see the new map. I don't see it in level select either. Help me out. I think I need to remove the wait time on the splash screen. So if you missed it, I wired up an LLM to play this too, and it worked, but it's very slow. So I don't know. Maybe it was too big. I think it was like 8 gigs or something like that. Maybe I need to go down to 4, but smaller you go, the dumber it's gonna get. I may be able to find an LLM that's like tuned for this kind of thing. I'll see. I'll do some research on it sometime. Alright, it's almost done. It's almost done rendering, creating the map generation. So it's going to generate a map from a seed. Alright. I don't know if it's going to be randomly generated when you play the game or what, but I'm about to find out. It's testing it right now so you can see. This is how, this is, let's see, right here. This is how you'll talk to the game, talk to the simulation. So whatever front end you're making, it could even be, you could have this game be 3D if you wanted to. I mean, of course it's going to be on a grid system or whatever, but you can have everything rendered as 3D. It doesn't matter because the simulation is completely separate from the rendering. The initial observation confirms the new map is generated, but the player now starts around 518. The renderer still draws absolute world coordinates. I don't know about that. I was in that same square map. Okay, he's gonna figure it out. So yeah, it's not done yet, but it actually might not build because he's editing the code. Oh, it built. Okay, cool. So start level. Okay. Yeah, he was wrong. But we'll let him cook. Let's see here. He never got my barbecue sauce commercial music fixing, but I think I liked Sad. I think I liked deepseek's Sad song expressed in Ruby code. Yeah, deepseek wrote this song using Ruby code, and I kind of like it. I like a lot of stuff, though. It might be horrible. Targeted render and host test are passing because this changes host behavior as well as reloadable render code. The running render host process will need to restart after the build. Hot reload alone cannot change the host subprocess, launch logic, or menu labels. Okay, I don't know if I'm going to make everything hot reloadable, but we definitely want assets to hot reload. But as it is now, there's a lot that can hot reload, so like the simulation and things like that, so you don't have to restart the game. Fix the demo issue. Did you fix it? Let's see. I'm restarting it. Okay, I'm going to stop that music. Okay, cool. And I definitely got to make it the level scale. Okay, that's not a different room. That's the same shit. Let's see if it was under level select. Okay. Demo dungeon. Oh, that's new. That's new, but the same. What are you doing, guy? What the hell? Okay. Start demo. Yeah. So no items. Okay, so I'm going to have it remove that other menu item that just does the same thing, and then I'm going to have it see why the new map isn't being made. Alright, I'll remove the duplicate menu entry and then verify the actual JSON stream the host launches. If the JSON still shows the old 2-monster room, the host is starting a stale sim binary. If JSON is new, the render is presenting only... Okay, cool. So it's just running the old binary. Let me see what cargo build... Oh, okay. So that's because it's running the release build, I think. And when it's recompiling, it's not rebuilding the release build. So that's what the issue was. So it probably fixed some of it. It was changing because of the I don't know. All right, it's gonna fix it though. It's getting hot. Might be time to turn the air conditioner on. Oh, it looks like it didn't even have the other stuff in there. Okay, it's writing a test to make sure that it's removing the button. That's fine. Duplicate menu entry is removed. I also changed the demo settings so the initial FOV contains several monsters. Well, I wanted different rooms, corridors, but whatever. We'll see what it looks like when it's done. See, so you can play the game. You can send it commands just from the command line. Finish test profile. All right, are we done yet? Come on, buddy. He's almost done. Clippy must have surfaced something, so yep. Clear demo loot. Okay. Just checking the format. If that checks out, oh, there was an error. He's gonna get this test fixing and then it's gonna work. I know it. Cool. Running a 0 test. Cool. Fix both points. Okay, here we go. Don't cat. I don't know. If this doesn't work, I'm just gonna have to do this later. I think it'll work. Huh. What the fuck? What's wrong with you? Maybe I'm starting it wrong. That might be it. I'm gonna say start it for me with no timeout. Yeah, I think I'm probably running it wrong. Alright, here we go. It did do it. So nearby items, it's showing the nearby, that's a, okay, so there are items on the ground. You just can't see them. Cool. Okay, so there's a chest somewhere. I wonder if that pink thing is the chest. The chest is moving around. Let me see if I can get it to go away from me. It's just okay. So the items are there. They're just invisible. So it's okay. I just got to make some tweaks. I'll get this working next time. I'm probably gonna work on the map generator, so it actually builds some large maps with rooms and corridors and items and all that stuff. For now, no sprites yet, just gonna use rectangles until I get everything working, at least the combat and all that stuff. Then once I'm ready to get the asset pipeline wired up, we'll have animations and sprites. So that might be in the next session, I don't know. But anyways, thanks for watching.